You guys are so cute. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lore Sunday with Mr. Final Fantasy. There were a few things I meant to get done last Sunday. Did not quite happen. So our grand entry into Stormblood is gonna be delayed a little later than I would have liked, but I've got a plan. Today, I'm going to finish the Scholasticate quests. And then, pretty sure the plan was I go straight into MSQ and I leave this kind of stuff for later. And then, oh, no. There's the quest, the other quest in Ishgard. The quest that kind of sums up all of Heavensward, if you know, you know. This, then that, and then MSQ. So, let's see where we... Let me start this quest, and then we can look at the journal, see where we left off. So, Briardienne, finding Ula. Right, we're finding that poor girl. Briardienne is on the verge of a breakthrough. Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I'm inclined to believe that he will come to the Croziers soon. Sooner rather than later to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, mister. We must follow the trail while it's still fresh. So Briardienne is eager to find and tail the shifty merchant from Blazy's notes, believing that staking out Mestino's food stall will allow you to accomplish just that. Right. There is a student of the Scholasticate who is missing, whose ideas would probably go against the establishment. And we were getting clues that suggest she's probably sick. And whoever is keeping her, whether it's hostage or not, is getting medicine for her. And we're getting a lead for this food stall that might have something to do with where she is. Let's see if we can rescue her. But we get the impression that the kind of asshole Zamail prefect guy, who's kind of been the villain, kind of the antagonist of this quest line, is probably not involved with Ula's apparent kidnapping. So we're gonna see what we can do. Or see if we can find the real culprit. Our suspect could arrive at any moment. Keep your eyes peeled. All right. Gonna look around. If he comes this way to purchase food and medicines from Mestino as frequently as Blazy's notes indicate, we shouldn't have long... Oh? Mister, over there! That scar, those robes. That's our man. A pleasure to see you again, sir. The usual. Aye, and don't forget the you-know-what. Hurry, mister. We mustn't let him out of our sight. Yes, it is time for mystery solving. The game is afoot. Ooh, he's trying to leave the city. I guess as a caravan merchant that does make sense, but still. Did he get out? Did we lose him? Our suspect has just passed through the Ark of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted. Well, I stick out a little bit, if you know what I mean, especially my huge stick. So, I'll try, I guess. Dragoons were built for speed, not stealth, my guys. Yeah, exactly. Don't try not to stick out. I'm sticking out all over the place. I'm a dragoon. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Right, don't stick out. Okay, what's up? It would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. I should like very much to know the contents of that carriage. Keep them distracted while I sneak past, will you? Approach them and announce you are here to conduct a surprise inspection. Yeah, I look dragoon enough. Maybe they'll fall for it. You will undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. Are you ready, mister? Very good. When he said that to Meow Meow, I was like, LOL. Meow Meow big heels, wearing the least amount of clothing you can possibly wear in Kurthus and survive. Not to stick out. The only way for us to ascertain his guilt or innocence is to search that carriage. Pray keep the merchant and his guard distracted, that I might sneak in. Meow Meow Big Heels performing a surprise inspection to distract two men. Ahoy there! I am here to conduct an... I actually probably have this charged. Come on. Come on, you have power, don't you, little keyboard? Oh, there we go, there we go. Inspection. The Guardian hits them all over the head with a stick. I'm leaving you a little keyboard, thank you. Inspection? What in the seven hells are you on about? You are no temple knight. You've no right. Unless... Oh no. He's kinda... I trust the goods have been properly secured, and the carriage is ready for a quick getaway if necessary. Not suspicious at all. Right then. Now where were we? Ah yes, we will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Damn it, boy, what are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw movement around back. Maybe I should go and check. Hey, I said I was inspecting. Idiot! Can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of him first and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run while you had the chance, Laurentius looking ass. Okay, that made him suddenly not look as great. True. Damn. Well, never mind for that. Should have run while you still had the chance. Get him, you blundering fool! He's got the world's tiniest buckler. Damn, he had like no HP. You had him as a guard? Well, Briardian, sorry I murdered them, but, oh shit! Oh shit, it's her! Oh no, they're not dead. Okay. You. Mister. This is a stick-up. True. Mister, it was as we suspected. The thug and his guards have been holding Ula hostage in the back of this carriage ever since she vanished. Though this ordeal has undoubtedly caused her a great deal of stress, she does not appear to be physically injured. They were stabbed non-lethally. It's called a stick-up because the stick goes up your... Ah! Well, you are doubtless eager to question her, as I am. She must be given time to rest and recuperate. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. You there, what is the meaning of this? It seems that all that earlier commotion has drawn the attention of the guards. Excellent. They can deal with the ruffians. Yeah, he's enough of a noble to sort this all out without the Temple Knights having a conniption and without needing to tell Emmerich. Alright. I shall escort Ula to the Scholasticate dormitory and speak with the instructors. When all has been settled, let us speak again at Saint Raymond's Cathedral. At least she's safe. Also, God, she's so tiny. Anyway. Shortcut! Unrelated to all this, you were watching some Monster Hunter earlier, and man, you should play some Monster Hunter again. Yeah! I still haven't played Monster Hunter. But you guys showing me the Rathalos extreme flow of things made me feel like, oh, if this is what the game is like, this seems kind of fun. You should be glad to hear that Ula will be fine. Sister Gatel is with her now, tending to her needs as we speak. Da, 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 da. I expect she will soon be strong enough to answer our questions. Until then, however, we must make do with the information the Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ula in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of value thus far. Apparently their employer draped themselves in such thick furs that they could not even say if they were a man or woman. Which means it was probably a woman, right? Was it? Right. Since I don't remember what happens, I'm gonna guess it's that lady teacher who, like, asked us into this in the first place. I just have a hunch. They claim this cloaked figure offered no explanation as to why they wanted them to snatch the girl and keep her confined to the carriage indefinitely, and so they had no choice but to keep moving, to stay ahead of the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogations progress. I fear, however, our mastermind has cloaked themselves in layer upon layer of secrecy, and it will take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate all of them. Halone! Gotta pray to Halone. But regardless of how well they have hidden their intentions and their identity, we will bring them to justice soon enough. And once we learn all that we can from our friends in the Temple Knight's custody, as well as Ula, we will be that much closer to restoring peace to the Scholasticate. To shine the light of truth upon the secrets buried in the dark, the children once again come together that they may know her power and her glory. Alright, the student body's revenge. Riardian's eyes smolder with determination. He's saving his game in Undertale. Ah, mister. I was wondering when you'd show up. The Temple Knights have deemed Ula fit to recount the events of her kidnapping, and have taken her into the room just beyond for questioning, with Blazy to accompany for support. And there's Briardian's sister. It would appear the questioning is done. Let us see what we might learn. Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Briardian, and this is my associate, Mister. I understand that you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Briardian, Master Mister, I fear that it would seem the Lady Ula knows even less of her own abduction than we do. This guy is also kinda... As she tells it, the only people she saw during her captivity were the two thugs now in our custody. We've questioned them thrice over, but they insist their employer had disguised themselves so well that they cannot even say for certain if they are a man or woman, much less give us a description. For what little it's worth, we did learn that the two were once orphans, raised as charges of the sea. To betray the nation that fed and clothed them for a handful of coin. But I must return to my post. Should we come across anything of actual significance, I shall be sure to alert you. Blazy, are there any details our friend may have neglected to mention? I fear that Ula's testimony proved entirely unenlightening. There is another development, however, that has been troubling me. Rumors that Arkambadan was behind the abduction are circulating around the Scholasticate once more. Again with those asinine allegations. And this time, the students seem convinced that more than ever of his guilt. No longer content to sit back and wait for events to take their course. They've been pushing for his expulsion. Teo has been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumors, but it seems any mention of Arkambadan only serves to fuel their rage. I must hurry back and help him. I suspect that this is less a reflection on the prefect himself than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. Still, I dare say this commotion might prove to be an opportunity in disguise. I shall make my way to the vault to continue my own investigations. In the meantime, I ask that you go and keep an eye on the seminarians and an ear to the ground. Alright, you seminarians, what you up to? Oh, were those kids always there? Hold on. feels as if we've waited here an eternity. It's cute to see the little kid Scholasticate students. Even though they're probably teenagers, but still. Oh, we're having some commotion. And what if those ruffians were truly in his employ? Are we to stand idly by until he betrays one of us as he did poor Ula? His refusal to provide us with anything resembling a reasonable explanation speaks for itself. The boy is guilty, and I say we move to have him expelled from the Scholasticate, effective immediately. Teomo-sen, I demand that you take lead of this charge. Think the fury you've come, mister. Since the headmistress called everyone away for an emergency meeting, it's been absolute chaos. They're so incensed they won't listen to a word Teo or I say. Perhaps if you were to speak with them, it would help soothe their angry feelings. I'll do my best. I'll do my best there. Yanshet, you're good? There's no solid evidence against Arkham Badon, just these vague rumors that keep making the rounds. With all the resentment towards him, however, I guess that was all that was needed to indict him. Sincere seminarian little guy. So what if we've no proof that he had a hand in Ola's abduction? He's guilty of so much more than that. Just ask anyone who's suffered under his reign of terror. We got Lee here. One thing's for sure. If he didn't deserve it for this, he deserved it for something else. I think we should let the student body have him. Teomo-sen, my man. Everyone, please, calm yourselves before we take any drastic measures. Let us discuss the matter like rational men. Some of the people here with angry eyes aren't just men. Prime of Wa, my man. The frustration and anxiety that's been building ever since Ula first went missing has finally come to the surface, and for better or worse, it's all being directed at Arkham Badon. Despondent seminarian. I'm sick of Arkham Badon always pushing us around. If we don't take action now, what's to stop him from continuing to make our lives miserable, or worse? And Blazy, Idaho. I fear their anger will drive them to do something we'll forever regret. Please, can you try to talk some sense back into them? Okay. Right, Mr. Stern Seminarian. Enough is enough. I refuse to tolerate his presence within these halls for even one day more. One day more. There, my guy. On second thought, I dare say you have the right of it. The prefect has the riches of House Samael at his disposal, and powerful allies waiting to spring to his aid. We must step back and consider our actions carefully, lest we find ourselves strung up by the necks. So you would suggest we do nothing? The longer we dither without taking action, the greater risk of him finding us out. And when he does, he'll see every last one of us suffer for it. Mark my words. He is frightened, as are we all, but that is precisely why we must proceed with caution. As you rightly observed, if we act out of anger or despair, we only doom ourselves to failure. Please, sir, if you would, rally his spirits as you have calmed mine own. Oh no, not the fear thing. With his wealth and influence, who knows what he could do to us? Okay, little guy, don't worry. Oh, I've actually never done the right-click emote thing before. Hey, that's pretty useful. I gotta keep that in mind. Rally. There, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. But of course. Oh, it is exactly as you say. Forgive me. My fear had gotten the better of me. Indeed, there is little he can do to us if we act as one and proceed with due caution. And remember, once Arkham Badon is removed from the school, the administration will keep us safe, so we need not fear his retribution ever again. We must move swiftly, but surely, to ensure his expulsion. Teomo-sen, can we count on you to lead us? There is no point in worrying over things that have not and may never come to pass. If we proceed with due caution, there is naught we need fear. Teomo-sen has a mind as sharp as any in these halls. If he leads our charge, I am convinced that Arkham Badon will find himself without a leg to stand on. Thank you, mister. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided that they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe there is just cause to expel Arkham Badon, as Mister was kind enough to point out. However, we should not act brashly. That is why you, Teomo-sen, with your calm demeanor, are best suited to head our appeal to have him removed. What say you? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. I cannot help but believe, however, that he, too, is a victim in all this. I strain to think that anybody who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants could commit such an atrocity. Teo, for fury's sake! You would defend the very individual who for the past several years ridiculed and tortured us. Is it so impossible for you to believe that he is capable of such villainy? Until there is proof to say he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Teo is right, Lee. I bear no great love for Arkham Badon either, but even the Temple Knights have been unable to uncover a single piece of evidence tying him to the kidnapping. The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us of all we own to protect men like him. How heartening that is to hear. Oh, damn, get his ass. I would have thought that after all you'd endured at Arkham Badon's hands, you would stand with us. I see I was wrong. No, they're gonna splinter! Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown too content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. If we are to see justice served, we must do so with our own strength, our own voices. Let's draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguard expelled. How can they be so blind? The villain who kidnapped Ula is playing us all for fools, stoking the flames of hatred that we might all be consumed by them. Uh-oh. Lee, I can understand not wanting to condemn the man without solid evidence, but Teo practically threw himself on the bastard's burning pyre back there. And for what? He suffered the most at Arkham Badon's hand. Why does he still try to help him? Well, Lee, why didn't you leave with the rest of them just now, huh? Lazy. Teo is a man of unwavering principle. That's what I admire about him. I wish I too were possessed of such staunch conviction. Promouvoir? There is no stopping an angry mob, I fear. I wonder if any of us will emerge from this unscathed. The whipping boy. Teomosen looks down and sighs in defeat. If only I could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further divide us, and Arkham Badon's expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Why will no one listen to reason? Teo, there is still time to turn things around. I'm sure of it. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you, Blazy, for your kind words. Indeed, it's not too late to reverse the course of today's events. We should try speaking with Father Saturnois. Surely he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving Arkham Badon. Mister, there's no taking him out of it now. Considering how our last discussion ended, it would put me much at ease if you would accompany us. I shall be staying behind. There are a few things that I would attend to here. My dear Blazy, if you would, I could do with an extra pair of hands. In that case, Lee, Mister, let us make haste to the cathedral. Dude, we're literally in the same building. We just need to go through the door. The headmistress's meeting will not run forever, and we must catch Father Saturnois before the others do. Forgive me for keeping Blazy. I required the aid of someone with a keen eye for detail, and she was the first one that came to mind. I can't bear to see Teo looking so sad. I'd do anything to put a smile back on his face. Oh. Lee? Father Saturnois, we need to talk to you. It's about Arkham Badon. Father Saturnois, please, we need your help. Teomosen, Lee, and Mister, whatever brings you here in such a hurry? Mayhap it concerns the petition I just received from the student body? Not to worry. Rest assured that I have reviewed the document and will be submitting it to the headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favor of Arkham Badon's immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. Wait, Father! We are not here in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot rightly expel Arkham Badon for a crime that the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests he did not even commit. Quite true. And yet, it is not because I believe him guilty that I've chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then why? Uh-oh, little smirk. For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see its foundation built upon sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to this vicious cycle. Wait, is he the one behind everything? What are you saying? Teomosen, Lee, there is something you must know. He's being sus! When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Choiseau. It was by his good graces that I gained admission into the Scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted myself entirely to my studies, that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. My dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prized position in the archives, along with some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. So he was part of the Trinity in his own year. It was there that I met the man who had become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years, he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see that the ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never see the light of day, until the day the burden grew too great to bear, and he took his own life. Wait, what? For years, I was torn between grief and anger at not being able to save him from this fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succor in my religion. Day and night I'd pore over scripture, and soon I found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story indeed, and you have my condolences for your loss, but what does any of this have to do with Arkham Badon? Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. Doubtless you, too, are familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of Volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustices wrought on the victims of our society. Master Arkham Badon has done naught but scorn the truths penned within the tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness! The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose is to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I do only what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Dragonsong War. What the fuck does your dead friend have to do with this? Nothing. But he's a little bitch. Oh my god. Countless lives were lost in the Dragonsong War. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse the false ideal that all men are not born equal, and that the sins of our past are never repeated, and that the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you, my children. Reflect on the teachings of Father Choiseul. If you do not understand now, you will soon enough. Did he totally do it? That was sus, right? It is true that Father Choiseul was an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in Equal under her ever-watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Arkham Badon has been outspoken in condemning that self-same passage still, that hardly wants for his expulsion. The sins of your past? You mean the sins of the father? What? You must admit the man has a point. Making an example of the son of one of Ishgard's most prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not the change would be for the better, however, is another matter entirely. It was one thing when it was just an angry mob of seminarians calling for Arkham Badon's head. Now that Father Saturnois intends to lead the charge, it's another matter entirely. Whatever are we to do? We must speak with Arkham Badon. This sounds like a serious Warrior of Light thing to say. That Ibuki Miyota trying to invite me to her FC again. But of course, Arkham Badon's nothing if not astute. He's sure to have an idea or two on how to extricate himself from this predicament. Come, let's make for the pillars. No, it's Kit Kat Terabyte. I'm surprised. Where he at? Hello? Where are you? Ah. I should just follow the mini-map. Right here. Danganronpa sends Danganronpa fans. I know. Scary. I don't know how they did it. But they've been, must have sent Mr. at least a dozen free company invites in random places, too. Mister, what should we do? I've never seen them like this. So that's why Arcambodon hasn't been rampaging about the Scholasticate. Call me crazy, but I almost feel sorry for Leprosoir. Oh, the boyfriends are having an argument, huh? Leprosoir. Leave us. This has nothing to do with you. The boyfriends are fighting? What baseless accusations would you care to hurl at me this time? Attempting to destroy the church? Or perhaps you're here to bring light to the personal hand I had in instigating the Dragonsong War? Perhaps instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumor you hear, you might actually make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce and have been spreading these letters in a pathetically transparent attempt to incriminate me that I might be expelled. Please, listen, Arcambodon. We know that the accusations being leveled at you are unfounded. I know we've had our differences, but today we come to lend you our aid. He's so full of rage, he can scarce hear a word I say. Please, mister, perhaps you can try soothing him. There, asshole. There. Ha! Don't make me laugh. You expect me to believe that you, the two who would stand to gain the most from my expulsion, have not so much as seen the nonsense that has been making the rounds in the dormitories? The truth revealed. Arcambodon de Zamael, a kidnapper. Trust me, if we were to try to implicate you in a crime you didn't commit, we would have done a far more thorough job than this. Indeed, these writings simply make an appeal to emotion, with not a single piece of concrete evidence to support the accusation. There, Angie boy, there. Fine. Perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Still, you rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner that did us, they'll rue the day that they thought to meddle with the affairs of House Zamael. You best realize we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue, unless you would prefer to lose the only allies you seem to have these days. Do not lose heart, Arcambodon. Together, we'll uncover the truth and see that the faceless petition against you is withdrawn. Why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question, and the Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray that she will. In the meantime, we too shall do our part. Fury's sake, Teo, leave it be. That aside, where did these papers even come from, and why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were given only to those most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness at best. If anything, these letters will only give me the clues I need to identify the coward behind them. As a matter of fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant! We would be more than happy to assist you in the investigation. Where will you have us go? And hand you the very knife you would put in my back? Do you think me daft? If the petition is approved and I am expelled, that would put you right at the top of the class. How very convenient. He's just innocent smile. Oh, Arcambodon, don't you see? It is not for awards or accolades that I study the scripture as I do. I seek only to follow in the footsteps of Father Choiseul. It was he who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for our realm, and bring relief to those in need of spiritual succor. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. I would share the wisdom of these words with all of Ishgard. Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity. Huh. What is it with commoners and their obsession with that over-idealistic screed? Come, Arcambadon. Let us not waste any further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage just fine without your help, but if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, you'll report back to us if you know what's good for you. Understood? If I didn't know better, I'd almost say that sounded like a thank you. Well, if there's nothing else to do here, I suppose we should set to work. An excellent idea, Lee. Now, where do you suppose we should start? The Furies save us. You know, Arcambadon may be an asshole, but I'm really good friends with his grandpa, and I know it would make his grandpa sad to see him expelled from the Scholasticate for something he didn't do, so for his peepaw, I will do this. Oh, if Teo wasn't so insistent on helping the bastard, I'd have left him to find his own way out of this mess. Letters from no one. Ooh, Inspector's eyeglasses and spectacles. Hello? We could only track down the author of the letters and convince them to recant these statements. The student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motion. But where would we even search? We're gonna get spectacles soon. By searching for more of the same document. A brilliant plan, mister. By examining all the letters we have distributed throughout the Scholasticate, we may very well find clues leading us to the culprit. It's settled then. Let's return to the Scholasticate and commence our search. Whee, there's the cathedral. It sure is a honkin' building, isn't it? It would seem that more than a few of the students tossed the papers in the rubbish without so much as reading them. Thankfully, I was able to scavenge some of the ones that had been thrown away. A few of the seminarians were generous enough to lend us letters they received. Upon closer examination, it would appear that while the overarching message is the same, the precise arguments made differ from letter to letter. Whatever could this mean? They were written by multiple people? Suspicious letter. Remevoir, hello, my man. Teo has already apprised me of the situation. Not that he needed to, mind you. It is for that very reason that I remained behind with Blazy. To investigate the origin of the nasty rumors flying about. It didn't take long for us to connect the rumors to the letters and coax one of the seminarians to show us the document they had received. I investigated further, and behold! These are all the ones I managed to collect in my search thus far. Under normal circumstances, baseless invectives penned here... The baseless invectives penned here would hardly suffice to convince anyone. It would seem, however, years of harbored animosity have blinded people to their better judgment. So many of them are like, I hate this asshole, and just needed a reason. So intense is the hostility towards Arcambadon that seminarians are desperately searching for any excuse to have him removed from the Scholasticate. These letters have provided just that, and at the worst possible time. Lazy, how you doing? Oh, yes! In fact, Cramevoix and I have been gathering letters all afternoon. Feast your eyes on this. One of the girls said that the letter just showed up on her bed, as if out of nowhere. I returned to my quarters to check if I had received something similar, but there was nothing to be found. At first, I thought it a simple oversight, but after asking around, I learned that there were more than a few others who, like me, had been overlooked. Which leads us to the question, why is it that only certain seminarians are receiving the letters? What is it they have in common? Now that would be a question for your brother. Yanshut? Suspicious letters? Whatever are you talking about? I've not received anything of the sort. Now that you mention it, however, I did observe some of the seminarians tossing out crumpled slips of paper. Mayhap these are the letters you seek? Oh. Yanshet's always had a firm head on her shoulders, hasn't been very, quick to make rash action. Maybe that's one reason why she was not chosen to receive such a letter. I wish I could be of more assistance, but I fear that is the extent of my knowledge. Good luck in your search. Suspicious letter. Alright. Found some. Ah, mister. Did your search prove fruitful? 4 suspicious letters. A flimsy slip of paper with hastily penned accusations written upon it, alleging that Arcambadon de Zamael is responsible for Ulah's kidnapping. Excellent. Let us take a closer look and see what we can discern. How curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing and distributing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. The first reads, as illustrated by the recent abduction that has taken place within these sacred halls, Arcambadon will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of her teachings must not be tolerated. The second says, it is one thing to disagree with the opinions of your fellow seminarians. It is quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Ulah, a firm believer in the teachings of Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity and staunch advocate of equality, fell victim to Arcambadon's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished. And last but not least, Ulah's copy of Volume 11 was discovered in the prefect's room shortly after the girl's disappearance. This, more than anything, proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Arcambadon is guilty. While the final letter at least offers an argument, it's hardly a compelling one. Yeah, they're not exactly solid arguments, Dan. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't there... True, who should know that? We were told about it. Oh! We were told about that by Labrossois, who, so he told us that, Arcambadon's best friend, he told me about that. But yeah, not a lot of people should know about that. So probably whoever put the book there and planted the evidence is the one who wrote that letter. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but aren't there several copies of the Articles of Hellenic Polity sitting on our library shelves? Well, I can't speak as to why Arcambadon would have one in the first place. The book found in his quarters could have been any one of those. Blazy, when you spoke with Ulah earlier, did she mention anything about Volume 11? I didn't think anything of it at the time, but while Ulah was recovering in the infirmary, she asked that I retrieve her copy from her room. when I went to look for it, it wasn't there. Somebody broke into Ulah's room, took it, and put it in, Arkham Badon's room. But we could also use her testimony to say that he didn't steal it from her. She had left it in her room. Which would mean that the tome was removed unbeknownst to her. So it would seem. After all, she testified that when the two thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gil. Presumably the book was still in her quarters then. It would be one thing if the book had disappeared with Ulah, but for someone to sneak into her room and remove it after the fact? Why, it's as if the culprit intended to use it to frame Arkham Badon all along. Thanks, Lee, you're catching up. Why, I'd bet my last gil you're right. And that's why the reason none of us received the letter. We're the only people who would be able to confirm with Ulah that the book had been pilfered from her room. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Arkham Badon? We just talked to one of them, bro. That's Arteo, always striving to help his fellow man, even if that man is all that stands between him and the top of his class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten. Isn't it, Blazy? Bro, what are you doing? What are you talking about? I'm not smitten. I just admire him for his, kind heart, is all. Run away. Huh? Well, Blazy? Why ever did she dash off like that? Has she taken ill? In a manner of speaking, I'll go and make sure she's okay. 10 out of 10. Oh dear. Well, whatever it is, I hope she recovers quickly. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together if we hope to get out of this mess. Mister, what do you think? Why would anyone go to such lengths to implicate Arkham Badon? To throw others off the scent? But of course! None save the kidnapper, him or herself, would have such a strong motive to concoct this convoluted plan. Yes! Which raises the possibility that the kidnapping was not but a plot to have Arkham Badon expelled in the first place. Yes, now you're getting it. In other words, if we can't track down the person behind these letters, we'll have ourselves... If we can track down the person behind these letters, we'll have ourselves the culprit behind Ulah's abduction. We must inform Inspector Briardien straight away. He's currently conducting an investigation at the vault, you say? Let us make our way there with all speed. The vault! Oh, I can run there. Vault is right there. Whoa, big freaking. Vault is huge. Wait, did I totally ran past Theomos and I was, kind of, jumped the gun there. Whoops. What's up, Cramovois? You sneak in here? Blazy's quicker than she looks. I gave up my search when it became evident that I had no chance of finding her and was just on my way back when, lo and behold, who do I see but you three? Lee? Perfect vantage point from here. Oh, so you want to watch the vault. I thought we were gonna just go up and be like, hey! That's him! Over there! Waving. Aw, that was cute. We're all waving at him. Ah, it's you. What brings you all the way here? You have something to report? I see. Show me these letters. I shall determine if they are as suspicious as you insist. This is everything we've been able to find. I think he'll probably pick up on the fact that, very few people should know the book was there in the room. With certainty. The author goes out of his way to mention that Ulah's copy of Volume 11 was found in Arkham Badon's room. See? See? What did I just say? I knew Briardian would pick up on it. The fool! In his feeble plot to frame the prefect, he has only incriminated himself. I trust that you, too, have put the pieces together. Wait, is it his best friend? You have proven an able associate indeed. It is from here, however, that the real work begins. Should at any time you begin to feel your powers of concentration waver or your attention to detail slip, you need but do this. Take a deep breath and focus your eyes on the distance. In that moment, the solution will appear before you. Okay, Herlock Sholmes. The game is afoot, and if we intend to win the day, we must remain vigilant. Now, let's get our man. Spectacles! You learn the emote Spectacles. Well, we gotta do it, right? We gotta do it. Here we go. We got some investigator spectacles. This looks a little weird with the dragoon armor, but where's spectacles? Aha. Oh, it looks good on Mister. What the hell? It looks good. Look. Ah, he's so cool. What do you think? Should I go through the rest of the quest line like this? Or put the dragon helmet back on? He's given a little he's given some Hubert Tales of Graces vibes a little bit. Fuck it. When else are we gonna wear these glasses? Alright. Promauvoir? Inspector Briardien truly is amazing. Why, he's cracked the case with little more than scattered scraps of evidence, literally. I can see the connection, but how does this help us deduce the identity of the perpetrator? I think I missed something. Who exactly are we going after? The life and lies of Father Saturnois. See, that's what I thought. Father Saturnois. He's like so sus. A satisfied smirk steals across Briardien's face as all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Before we begin pursuing our man in earnest, answer me this. Can any of you tell me where Ulah's copy of Volume 11 currently is? Well, it's been a week. It's been a week. So, I'm having trouble remembering a couple of things, but I do remember it was the best friend who told us about the book being found in his room. And not the teacher, but let's see. Let's answer his first question. This might jog my memory. Before we begin pursuing our man in earnest, answer me this. Can any of you tell me where Ulah's copy of Volume 11 currently is? The letters say it was found in Arkham room, though for all we know, that could be complete and utter bollocks. But it's not! Mister, I see you've managed to keep your word to Lepressois. Very good. What? Allow me to enlighten the rest of you. The tome is currently in my possession. Lepressois discovered it in Arkham room. See, this is what I remembered. Lepressois discovered it in Arkham room and turned it over to us in secret for fear it would fuel the oncoming rumors. Now, knowing what you do, it is time to put your minds to rest. What do you surmise is the relationship between our talented writer friend and the thief that lifted the book from Ulah's quarters? I mean, my instinct is they're one and the same, but... they're the one and the same because he would know, right? They are one and the same. A sensible deduction. Oh, thank God. I don't want to be wrong. The planting of the book in Arkham Badon's quarters and the subsequent distribution of these letters were both carried out to a common end, to implicate the prefect in Ulah's abduction and force his expulsion. It would stand to reason that the perpetrators are either working in tandem or, in fact, are one and the same. While that in itself does not reveal the identity of the culprit, it does lead us to our next question. Who would have been able to enter and exit Ulah's room unnoticed? The perpetrator was able to move quickly and not draw attention to themselves in the act, leading me to believe our book snatcher had easy access to all rooms within the dormitory. How, you might ask? Keys. Okay, this must be it then. Something only 3 people currently possess: Father Saturnois and the prefects Arkham Badon and Lepressois. So one of them is the culprit? So hey, Lepressois, that's what I was thinking for a second. He could have just told me about the book, because whoever saw the book whoever put the book down expected okay, I get it, Dan. So if those 3 people had access to the keys, obviously it's not Arkham Badon, because he wouldn't. It makes no sense for him to do this to himself. It would be weird if it was Lepressois, because he discovered the book, and I think whoever put the book down was expecting rumors to spread about the book to confirm among the student body that it was there. And so, but it would be weird for that to happen if Lepressois saw it, picked it up so nobody else would spot it, and came to Mister to ask to please not tell anybody. That would be counter to the motives of the person who wrote the letter, saying it was in the book was in his room. So hello, B. So therefore it would make the most sense for Lepressois to be for Saturnois to be the culprit, because it would have been because he has clearly stated his desire to get Arkham Badon expelled, and he had access to the rooms, and he's not a student, so he wouldn't be immediately privy to the fact that rumors are or aren't spreading around of the book being seen. He just assumed it spread through the student body, so one of them is the culprit, but which could it be? It must have been Arcambodon. Must have been Labrossois. It couldn't be Father Saturnois. I know. It was Arcambodon. Think about it. That explains why he was so adamant in refusing our help. But what sense is there in him stealing the book when it was the only thing, when the only thing it would serve to do is implicate him in a crime he may not even have committed? One of the teachers of this seminary, may have kidnapped a girl and tried to, Father Sus. Yeah. Father Sus Noir. Noir, yeah. And he may have kidnapped a girl and tried to frame, this kind of like guy at school that nobody likes. Not like that, at least I hope not. But she's back now, and he hired other people to do it. But we're starting to figure him out. Then that leaves Labrossois. As the only other person aside from the inspector and Mister who came into contact with the book, I'd say he's a prime suspect. It certainly is suspicious, but what motive could he possibly had? Oh, if there was a way we could glean the answer. I guess we're gonna find out, because we're gonna confront him soon. Mister, I hear that you possess a great gift, one which you employed to reveal long-hidden truths about our nation. Might you not be unable to use this power to shine some light on the matter at hand? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. So it is not yours to control. So it is not yours to control. Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, don't you have like the echo? And I'm like, sorry, echo ain't working. I guess that means we'll need to rely on our own wits to obtain the answers we seek. Fortunately, I have an idea of my own, but I'll need your help to see it through. Echo machine broke. How are you doing, Rowan? Well then, Teo, let us put this idea of yours into action. Last I heard, Arcambodon and Labrossois had taken refuge in Zamile Manor. Oh, they're locking themselves up. Let's make our way there post-haste. I'll leave it to you to see that the bumblings of those three do not interfere with the final stage of my investigation at the vault. But do not tarry long. With Father Saturnois throwing his full support behind the petition, Arcambodon has just but a few bells before his name is permanently struck from the registry. I shall do what I can to see that the proceedings are delayed, but I cannot guarantee it will buy us all the time we need. Godspeed, mister. I'll see you at the hearing. We gotta bust into that hearing like, wait! Where is Zamile Manor? Again. It is over here by Astrologian area. Damn, we never have quests here. Ooh, boy. We gotta tell, we gotta tell Gramps, congrats on the big house. Right, Cramervois. Whatever Teo's brilliant plan is, I certainly hope he took this into account. Ooh, they were arguing and now he's on his knees before him? Damn. As you can see, Arkham Budon and I are discussing important matters at the moment. If you have something to report, pray return later. There's stuff going on, sorry. Looks like they're at it again. What are we to do? Oh, Stella, you have a full half an hour for your feed time. What you doing coming up here? Putting your face all over the mic stand. Lee? Again? I wouldn't take this kind of treatment sitting down. Well, he's on one knee. He's not actually sitting down. Oop. Findings? Ha! As if anything you four managed to dig up can help me now. The hearing is about to begin. My fate is as good as sealed. There's still time, Arkham Budon. Earlier you pledged your innocence to us. Let us pledge it once more. At the hearing, before one and all, the truth shall speak for itself. The truth? You expect those fools to see the truth when this evidence to the contrary is staring them in the face? How do you think this plan your pea-sized minds have concocted will succeed where all Le Brossoir's best attempts have failed? Oh, so you do believe in him. The glasses jump scared me. Help. We will succeed, Arkham Budon, for it is not just I who stands with you, but the hero who brought to light the truth behind our very nation. Yes, there is nothing that he has not seen. I guess in this case, perhaps. Megane Mr. Jump Scare. Surely you understand the implications of this, don't you, Le Brossoir? He's not the culprit, bro. Mister has the ability to peer into the events of the past. Indeed, it was through his visions that Ishgard's true origins were brought to light. They're calling them my visions now, okay. You need say no more. He has already used his vaunted power to see that I was the one behind it all. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Yes, it was I that kidnapped Ula. It was I. What the fuck is he doing? Hello? It was I that snuck into her room and stole volume 11. And it was I that distributed the letters. All said I might implicate Arkham Budon. Then why the fuck did you take the book and tell me not to tell anybody about it? How satisfying it is to finally be able to say it aloud. For so long I've had to plot my revenge in silence and mask my hatred of you with hollow praise and bashful smiles. Bro, what the fuck? I mean, I did suspect him earlier, but I don't get why he would give me the book and tell me not to say anything. Le Brossoir, what madness is this you speak? You truly are oblivious, aren't you? Then allow me to enlighten you. After all the transgressions your family has committed against mine, you truly think I would remain loyal to you? Were they accomplices then? For centuries, your house has humiliated us. It was something we'd come to accept, but when the wall between the nobility and the common class came tumbling down, we were met with the most harrowing truth at all, that all of our suffering had been for naught. Everything we grew up believing about our status was a fabrication. Tall tales spun to keep us complacent. In reality, you're no better than the two broom rats beside you. You never were. It was a terrible realization, but one that also gave me hope. Hope that you could be taken down just as any other. But bro, why did you tell me not to tell anybody? You begged me. It would have been so much easier to just leave the fucking book there. If you put it there yourself, bro, That's when I began plotting. Ulaw's abduction, the letters and the rumor they spurred. All was part of my master plan, to bring shame and dishonor on you, on your family, as you have mine. I've staked everything, yes, even my very freedom, but it was worth it to give you a taste of our pain. Not the Shinji close-up. What's more, I bribed the two kidnappers into abducting Ola with money from your purse, and having entrusted the management of your finances to me, you never suspected a thing. Labrossois, I can only imagine the pain you have endured, but to seek revenge in this way. Nevertheless, I thank you for confessing to your crimes. Now we can absolve Arcambadon of the false charges brought against him. So that's why he's doing this. He's such a simp for him that he's willing to make this false confession so that his BF doesn't doesn't get implicated. Damn, I've never seen somebody simp this hard. Wait a minute. You mean that he didn't actually see into the past? You deceived me. I'm so confused. If you'll recall, Teo never explicitly said that Mr. had a vision of what happened to Ula. He merely observed that he possesses such an ability. Truth be told, it is not even a power that can be controlled at will. Now then, Arcambadon, I suppose that's all the proof of innocence you'll need. Now let's escort Labrossois to the hearing and have him repeat his most dramatic confession before the headmistress. But he went along willingly. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? Oh! Okay, I have an idea. So, maybe Father Saturnois roped him into being an accomplice because the only thing he asked was, did Mr. have an echo vision of me kidnapping Ula? So perhaps that part of everything he was talked into doing by Father Saturnois, but he didn't mastermind the whole thing, and he didn't steal the book. And him giving the book to Mr. and being like, don't tell anybody, was him trying to like fix what he'd done. Maybe he backed out because he loves his BF too much. So that would be why he was like, he even was like, Mister, you gotta bring Inspector Briardi in. I got something to tell you. And maybe that's why he wanted the inspector there, to give them a pointer to maybe finding Father Saturnois without Father Saturnois suspecting that Labrossois betrayed him or something. Anyway, that's where I think this is going, but let's see. I never saw it. The hatred, I mean. How could I have been so blind? We've been friends from childhood, and never for a moment did I question his loyalty. What a fool I was. However did I think I could stand at the forefront of our nation when I was so oblivious to that which was happening under my very nose? Arcambadon, pray do not torture yourself so. Rather, open your heart and allow Halone's wisdom to set you free. Once you come to see Labrossois not only as your friend, but as your peer, I promise that the both of you will find a way to mend any bonds that have been broken. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. You truly believe these words, don't you? You cling to them, even when reality does all it can to prove you wrong. I suppose it is that unwavering faith that your friends find so endearing. Oh, we're getting a redemption arc for Arkham Banon starting now. So I guess it needed to be this dramatic. He needed a little shock to his system. Now then, it is time for me to put my own faith to the test and face my fate head on. May the Fury have mercy. So what are we waiting around here for? We have a hearing to attend. I'll meet you two there. There is something I must confirm with the inspector first. Mister, I cannot shake the feeling that this affair runs far deeper than any of us could have imagined. Yeah, ain't no way in hell that guy's the mastermind, my guy. If you would, please accompany Arkham Banon to his hearing and see to it that nothing goes awry in my absence. Speak with the Scholasticate Deacon. Oh, there's the headmistress again. I must say, Master Labrossois, that I am extremely disappointed that anyone, much less a student of our upstanding establishment, would commit such atrocities. I am truly at a loss for words. You're innocent, my guy. Well, you might have done it, but... Headmistress Elvion, if I may, do you not find the timing of these confessions to be incredibly convenient? Oh, maybe he was lying through his teeth. He is lying through his teeth. That's why Saturn was like, huh? It's as if Master Labrossois here has been coerced into admitting to crimes he himself didn't commit. Let us not rush to condemn a man who may very well be innocent, because you know he's innocent, because he did the whole thing. And Labrossois is lying. He's lying about the whole thing. I don't know why he reacted that way to the Echo thing, but otherwise... We must also keep in mind that this incident will have repercussions that extend beyond the Scholasticate. Distrust of our church has never been so high. If we were to expel either one of our prefects, both of whom have strong ties to House Samael, we will lose any credibility our establishment still has in the eyes of the citizens. Wait, but you wanted him to be expelled. Maybe he was involved. To this end, I would propose an alternative plan. We will make a full disclosure of the scandal to the public, together with an announcement that St. Endelem's Scholasticate will be temporarily closed. It is past time we pushed for a full reformation of the school and its curriculum. And there it is, the confession I've been waiting for. All right, let's go. It's time for the Professor Layton moment. Confession? Master Briardien, explain yourself. From the start, I had my suspicions that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Someone who had secured a high enough position within the clergy to manipulate the students and the system. I pored through the records, closely examining any who fit this description. It was no easy task, but I finally found what I was searching for. And combined with the confession Teomosen obtained from Labrossois, I was able to uncover the true culprit. I speak of you, Saturnois, and I do not call you father, for you are no priest. See, even Professor Layton pointing scene. The documents admitting you into your current position were all forged. What? Okay, I didn't see that coming. You're a fake? You're a fakie? You manipulated Lebrossois into carrying out what you yourself could not. Yeah, okay. So it was that way, okay. You stirred up discord among the students and fomented the people's distrust of the clergy in the hopes of creating an even greater rift between the people of Ishgard and the clergy, all in the hopes of seeing the Scholasticate closed down once and for all. But I don't understand. Why would Father Saturnois seek to the ruin of the Scholasticate? The answer to that would lie in his past. Over a decade ago, Saturnois graduated top of his class and was welcomed into the ranks of the Holy See. It was there he was assigned work as an expurgator. Expurgator? What are you talking about? In all my years serving the Holy See, I've never heard of such a post. I would be surprised if you had. Her holy body of decency, a sector that is comprised of a few select individuals, is perhaps the best kept of Ishgard's many secrets. Its existence is known only to a handful of people besides the Archbishop himself, who is dead. I am impressed, Master Briardien. It would seem your reputation is well deserved, though I must correct you on one account. I am no expurgator, but rather one of the so-called watchmen consigned to guard them. That said, we shared a similar fate. Both expurgator and watchmen alike were struck from official records and confined in the bowels of the Holy See, damned to live out our lives in the shadows as pallid husks of the men and women we could have been. Also that someday we might fulfill one task. Where written records were deemed too dangerous, expurgators would serve as living documents, orally passing down our nation's greatest secrets. When the time came for the Archbishop's successor to ascend the throne, we would briefly emerge from our isolation to pass from our mouths to their ears all we knew of Ishgard before sinking back into obscurity. Oh! So the secret that, of the truth, of that Thoradin and his Knights 12 murdered Ratatoskr and ate her eye, which invoked Nidhogg's righteous anger, upon which they, fucked up Nidhogg, and then Nidhogg swore revenge eternal, and that's what instigated the Dragonsong War. That knowledge was so sensitive that it could not be entrusted to any piece of paper. You're gonna idle in your house until it's Balzar's wall time? If you want to, okay. It might be a while still. It might be a couple hours still. But this is fascinating. So that information was so sensitive that they locked up a few people privy to the truth, like in the dungeon, and only brought them back up when it was time for a new Archbishop to ascend and learn that information. So that's wild. Your mini bang fic, yeah. Good luck with it. Of course, no highborn man or woman would be condemned to this fate. No, this was a destiny reserved for commoners, orphans with no ties to the world above. Oh my god. Ishgard, y'all are fucked. 7 hells. So if the truth hadn't come to light, Teo and I, they were fated to have that happen to them? Oh, shit. Men and women forced to sacrifice their own lives that our nation's darkest secrets might be preserved forever unbeknownst to her people. I can scarce believe my ears. Father Saturnois, the friend you spoke of. Yes, he was an expurgator. Such anguish did his duties cause him that he chose death over that wretched excuse for a life. And while a new era is upon us, one that does not condemn the innocent to a life of despair for the sake of one man, it does not undo the injustice of 1,000 years. It was to right the wrongs of the past that I escaped that foul dungeon and made my way back to the place where it all began. This twisted institution. The place responsible for stealing the bright futures of young orphans needs to be closed down for good. Father Saturnois, your actions are heinous, and I can in no way condone them. That said, if there is truth to what you say, perhaps it would be best for us to suspend all lessons until we can reach a consensus as to how we might proceed. But Headmistress Alvian, would not closing down the Scholasticate be akin to evading our responsibility as men and women of the clergy? It is our duty to speak the truth, not bury it. For too long the people have been fed naught but lies. It is time we took the initiative and gave them reason to put their faith in us once more. I must agree with Teomosen. As I have learned firsthand, we must take care never to abuse our power and privilege, lest we hurt the people closest to us. Yes, as you stare at your BF, yes. To keep silent would be to repeat the mistakes of our past. So he was legit hurt. But I think he still cares, and that's why he confronted Mr. Enbriardien. The only way we can move forward is to take responsibility for our actions and make an earnest effort to reach out to those we have wronged. While we may never receive forgiveness, at least we can attempt to atone for any anguish we may have caused those that did not deserve it. If it is true that all men are born equal, as I have heard so many in this room preach time and time again, then all are entitled to know the truth. Let us lead by example and freely share all that we have learned here today. Oh, his burned book of volume 11. Father Saturnois, while I cannot pretend to understand... Oh yeah, the Parables of Saint Danifit, not volume 11, right. I forgot. It was a different book. Father Saturnois, well, I cannot pretend to understand your ordeal or soothe the fury that has taken hold in your heart. I can promise you one thing. I swear on Father Choisseau's copy of the Parables of Saint Danaphin that not you nor any of those who shared your fate will ever again be forgotten. Thus was all laid bare before the public, the atrocities suffered by the expurgator and watchmen alike, along with the hand of Scholasticate and the Holy See. Fuck. So it was that a new path was forged that day, one that would see renewed faith in the church and its teachings, where the citizens would come to learn all men should be regarded as equal, not only in the eyes of Halone, but also by one another. This one has a good amount of time. Why did the last one not? Damn, that was a really good scene. I can't believe I never finished this on my main. What was I doing? All right, let me read this properly. Oh wait, no, it's not in the event text. Fuck. Well, that was something. Oh, fuck, I wanted to talk to Lee. Mister, thank you for restoring peace to the Scholasticate. You have reminded us that there is a world beyond these doors that relies as much upon us as we do them. I thought you were pretending not to know what happened. No, I legit did not remember. Which means I think I never actually finished it. Which I thought I could have sworn I did, which is killing me. If I knew, I would have devoted an entire episode to this. Fuck. I have regrets, but it's too late now, you know? You have opened our eyes and shown us that destiny is but the choices we make. If we are strong and persevere, I have no doubt we can rebuild the Scholasticate again and regain the people's trust. Mister, now that your work here is done, I suppose the time for farewells is upon us. Will you be departing Ishgard immediately? It's sad to say farewell, but let's send you and the inspector off in style. Arkham, your boyfriend still loves you. Ah, there is my trusted associate. I feared I might not be able to bid you a proper farewell before I left. On behalf of my uncle, allow me to thank you for all your hard work. There's still so much fighting and bickering going on. Couldn't you stay with us for just a bit longer? I fear that there are more pressing mysteries that demand my attention. Not to mention a certain young lady in Old Daw who awaits my return. But she's in jail! She's gonna be in jail for a while! But still, romantic! Oh ho! Another client of yours, I take it. Technically, yes, and yet. Teo, is your head screwed on backwards? He's talking about his girlfriend and former client. Tactless fools, the both of you. But I suppose you're nothing if not sincere. Hey, Teo? Oh my god, they're friends now. Huh? And while I'll admit that naivete is one of your more endearing traits, combined with the blunderings of the idiot beside you, it's like as not to bring the Scholasticate to ruin. That's why you'll need someone with extensive knowledge of the affairs of Ishgard and the proper connections to actually bring about the change you seek. Someone like me. All right, well, Arkham Badon could have a turnabout, but somebody needs to tell he needs to tell Tettle Grinch to fucking settle down. I don't know if they're cousins or brothers or what, but tell that man to settle down. I do not have a Zamail family tree. I would love to see one sometime. Especially because I don't know if we've even met the Count. Arkham Badon's father. Anyway. Someone like me. The words of a man looking to steal his way into our dear Teo's heart. Oh. Blazy Lee, it seems you've got competition. Oh my god, the Scholasticate is very bisexual. Lee's like, wait a second, what do you mean? The Fury take you all. Call me what you will, but Teo would never replace me with anyone, much less a conniving snake like Arkham Badon. Man, Teo, Mosen, they're just all fighting over you like rabid dogs, man. How refreshing it is to hear such playful banter among my friends. I think it's a little more than playful banter. It would seem our worries are finally behind us. Before we celebrate, however, there is one last thing. Blazy, I'd like to thank you for your support. Were it not for your meticulous notes and sharp eyes, Ula would still be missing. Dan, what? Sumagane Mr. keeps... Oh, what is it, Dan? Mr. Inspector, words are not enough to express our gratitude. It was only because of you that we were able to unmask the perpetrator and restore peace to our school. Just as Father Choiseau brought you to us in Gorgon Mills, I cannot help but feel Halone guided you to us in our time of need. We hope to one day repay the kindness you have shown us by rebuilding the Scholasticate. There was this one brand of root beer you had like 8 years ago when you went to a restaurant. You don't remember what it was for your birthday, and was it so good it was haunting you for years and you wanted to know exactly what it was? When next you visit, we hope she will have retaken her place as the nation's top establishment of higher learning and once again serve to light the people's way back into the halls of Halone. You taken a picture of a bottle so you could look it up, never did, and then lost the image, and I was like, guess that's just an L. Oh no. This is gonna be a story. Our fair nation has seen her share of tragedy and turmoil, but I take heart in knowing that there are those such as yourself to watch over her and see that she does not stray from her course. Till we meet again. We found the picture, and you're looking for screenshots of gacha games. Your target friends you play with. Oh. St. Raymond's Cathedral, the life and lives of Father Saturnois, Scholasticate coat. We got the glams. Did you figure out what kind of root beer it was? Ah! Not like that. I meant this. I don't know what'll go. He'll just have some armory boots. Ooh, Mister's a prefect. So I noticed that only Arkham Badon and Labrossois had the red trim on their robes, so I think that denotes a prefect. And meanwhile, when they're like all black and white, that's the standard uniform. So Mr. is a prefect. Ooh. So, maybe was I remembering that scene with Labrossois incorrectly last week? I thought there was an implication there that he was probably mad about the whole thing, about you know, the past pain between their families, with the whole revelations of the Dragonsong War between Arkham Badon and Labrossois. I'm sure Labrossois was like upset, but I feel like probably actually this is not a bad glam. I gotta think about what I can do with this on my other account when I freaking finish this. But, I think Labrossois didn't want... He was mad and upset, but I don't think he actually wanted... I think there was a part of him that kind of went back on it and didn't want Arkham Badon to get in trouble. And so that's why he entrusted that information about the book and the book to Mr. and Inspector Briardien, because otherwise I don't think that makes sense. And that was how we were able to figure this out in the first place. So I believe, even though they didn't outwardly say it in the quest, I definitely think the implication is there that things will be okay between them again. But I thought Briardien would point it out or something. I don't know. Maybe somebody will have something to say about that kind of thing in here. Stern Seminarian. The history we were taught growing up was all a lie. The priest and mentor I had come to respect the most was a fraud. Labrossois was never loyal to the Zamiles, and now Arkham Badon and Teomosen are practically joined at the hip. It's as if the world's gone mad. But perhaps a little madness was just what I needed. For all these changes have made me realize how narrow-minded and set in my own ways I was. From now on, I shall endeavor to be more accommodating and accepting of others' ideas and opinions. Okay. And here's the little guy, Sincere Seminarian. Lately, one of the seniors who has made it his life's mission to observe and criticize everything I do has become almost cordial. Where before, I would have to endure one-sided lectures, now we have actual conversations. I must say, this change has made me grow more receptive to what he has to say, and every day my respect for him grows. Wow, nice. This is good. Ula, we never got to talk to you. How are you, girl? Thanks to you, the teachings of Volume 11 are closer than ever to being achieved. The misfortune we encountered here at the Scholasticate was the catalyst we needed to bring about the necessary change, and I can say with confidence was Halone's will. Aw, alright. Oh, wait. Wait. No, this must not be prefects. Maybe you're a senior if you have this kind of red trim. Because look at all these people with red trim. I think I was incorrect. Maybe the red trim denotes a senior. But then weren't Lee and Teomosen in line to maybe graduate? I don't get it. Why do some people have red? Oh! Hold on. Okay, hold on. maybe the red trim denotes who's highborn and who's a commoner. Maybe that's what it is. So the people without the red trim were like came from the broom, and then the ones with the red trim were came from nobility. Maybe that's what it is. But I figured Ula didn't come from nobility. I'm confused. Anyway, sorry, that was speculation, but I'm still curious about what the difference between the uniforms are. But recently, Blazy and I began talking again. After opening up to her about how much her silence hurt me, we reconnected, and now our friendship is stronger than ever. Good. There's this one teensy problem. You see, Teomo-sen is completely oblivious to how Blazy feels about him, but she's too shy to admit anything. The two of them are so frustrating to watch. Lee? Mister, how go your adventures? Since I last saw you, I've had a few of my own, all of which involved keeping Teo out of trouble. The only good thing about having Arkham Badon around is that he somehow manages to sense trouble before it happens. Welcome back, mister. You won't believe how much the Scholasticate has changed. The somber atmosphere that hovered over the Scholasticate has been replaced by radiant joy, and not a single day goes past that these halls aren't filled with the jubilant laughter of the seminarians. Mister, how wonderful of you to come visit. We've been working to reform the foundation of our current school system and curriculum, and things here have seen great improvement. Every day I feel as though I'm moving a step closer to achieving my dreams and bringing about the change Father Choiseul had hoped Ishgard would one day embrace. Oh, mister, with everyone working so well together to make the Scholasticate a better place, Teo has never been happier. His smile grows more radiant by the day, and with each passing week I come to admire him all the more. So here is Riardian's uncle. Ah, Master Final Fantasy. To what do we owe the pleasure? The students will no doubt be delighted to see you, so if you feel so inclined, please take the time to go and speak with them. Whatever became of Father Saturnois? This girl and her crush, I know, right? All those who had a hand in the recent disturbance are currently in Temple Knight custody and are awaiting trial. I can only hope that they will use this time wisely and reflect upon their conduct. Saturnois especially need do so. While there is no denying the grave transgressions committed by our institution or the hardship he endured, that does not make his actions any more acceptable. Not only did he cause undue distress, but he has tainted the mind of one of our most promising students. He is the one who exacerbated Labrossoire's growing discontent, which he then used to achieve to his own ends. Furthermore, we received news that Saturnois attempted to escape from his holding room. Oh damn, huh? Wounding several guards in the process and adding to his crimes. Oh shit. While some may argue that he too is a victim driven past the brink of sanity and must not be prosecuted so harshly, others are not so lenient. Unfortunately, there is no easy answer to any of this. It seems all we can do at this point is await the results of his trial. Bella, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry. Should by some miracle his sentence be reduced and he demonstrates his willingness to truly rededicate his life to the Fury, Teomo-sen and a few other seminarians have announced their intention to welcome Saturnois back to the Scholasticate. It is a day I sincerely look forward to. Stella, be careful with the computer. Right. Gatel, I was wrong, you're not the culprit. Ever since the inconsistencies in Ishgard's history and the Church's teachings were brought to light, I feared it to be the end of an era, and by extension, the Scholasticate. Mister, I cannot tell you how wrong I was. If anything, our fine establishment flourished in the aftermath, and, with the help of our dedicated students, will continue to do so. And Arkham Badon, did you visit your boyfriend in prison? Or wait, Yanshet, I'll talk to you first. Ah, if it isn't Mister, what brings you back to our halls? If it's out of concern that you've decided to pay a visit, allow me to put your worries to rest. The Scholasticate has never been better. Ever since Teo and Arkham Badon set aside their differences and learned to work together, the students have been able to fully express their opinions without fear of retribution. This opened up the floor to some very interesting conversations, to say the least. All right. Arkham Badon, did you visit your boyfriend in prison? Yes, he did. I paid a visit to Labrasois soon after he was escorted off Scholasticate grounds by Temple Knights. He refused to even acknowledge my presence. No! It will take a great deal of time for me to gain his forgiveness, it seems. In the meantime, I shall do what I can to see that the Scholasticate's reputation is restored. Together with Teo, I feel we will be able to pave the path towards a brighter future for all seminarians here. I'm so confused. Was I wrong about Labrasois' actions? I don't feel like I was remembering last week incorrectly. Like, his actions don't make any sense unless he was trying to save Arkham Badon from getting expelled. So, like, what's going on? Anyway, that was it for the Scholasticate. I'm gonna take a little break to feed the cat because she's giving me the stink eye hardcore right now. So I'll go feed her. And then after that, we will do our last true farewell to Heavensward and then continue MSQ. I will be right back. Oops. All right, I am back. Are you guys ready to cry? Are you? Are you ready to cry? Are you gonna cry? Why is Katie saying this? You wonder. Well, your tear ducts are ready. Good. Hi, back. I'm Dan. Hello, Dan. I am back. You know, for this, I'll do a little one of these numbers. Let's go to the last vigil. And we're gonna go see our home away from home, Fort Tom Manor. Solette, what's up? Master Final Fantasy. Solette. My name is Solette. I'm sorry, I've just begun working here, and I'm not. You're rather famous, you see, and pray excuse me. Oh, you're so cute. You started working here, huh? Deep in thought, the House Fort Tom manservant reflects upon a day not so very long ago. It was bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that was where it all began. How much has changed since that day. Forgive me. Of late I have been studying the works of a Beledian poet king who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say to you, Master Final Fantasy, because as you move. Ooh, this is a good line. I need to say this again. I say this to you, Master Final Fantasy, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray, spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers, just like the Heaven's Word trailer opening. Damn, actually that might set the mood a little bit. To be honest, that may set the mood a little bit. I'm making an executive decision. It's our proper send-off. Let's effing do it. Remember this? You guys remember this? Back when Mister was still a warrior. Loser doesn't have snow boots. Don't be mean to him. He just ran away from Ul'dah, okay? At least his boots are fit for the mountains, cause the Hellsguard live up in the mountains, you know? He had to run from Ul'dah. There was that whole thing. Left his boy behind, Alvi. No! He's catching up, okay? He's just slow. The cup, yeah. Oh, Raubon's left arm. Lolorito, Raubon, having an ouchie. Mr. having the worst day of his life. Imagine the freak out of this trailer. Did this come before that part of the MSQ drop? That would be crazy. Well, that doesn't happen, but we get the idea. Racefelger doesn't actually do this, but we get the idea. Been real wild if he had, right? It's motherfucking Estinian. Here's Foundation. There's some Temple Knights. Kane pose. Yep. Putting up Bravura. Remember this when Mr. put up Bravura and changed his job? He's staying at the Forgotten Knight. Or actually, no, the Forgotten Knight would not be located there. I don't know why he's that high up in the vault, but maybe, you know what? Maybe that's Fort Tom Manor. I don't know. Not representative of reality. He was at the Fort Tom Manor. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes. Sorry. Sid here. He has a better place to stay than Forgotten Knight. True. He's changing his job. Robon. Robon's doing better now. He's still sexy though, true. Oh, there's the gift that launched 1,000 Tumblr gifts. Oof, this part of Heavensward's so good. The song, I mean. Yep, that's the outfit I was just in. King of having one arm. Oof. So that was nostalgic, huh? Ooh. So we're looking back on all that. Also, this prelude kind of goes hard. 42? Are you kidding me? I just wanted to show off the trailer since we're officially, for real, saying goodbye to Heavensward this time. Yes, Rabban is still sexy and the king of having one arm. I love how Brianak is so long that it just clips into the floor. Did you know that the vast majority of prosthetic users have partial or full leg prosthetic because people who have all or part of an arm amputated only very rarely use a prosthetic? Huh. I could see that. Especially if they have use of the other hand. Most people with arm prosthetics find, with arm amputations find prosthetics to be less convenient than just adapting. I could see that. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go visit Mistress Alace in the Jeweled Crozier. Because, of course, we always have to talk to the master of the markets every time we go to a new city, apparently. Or at least we do in ARR in Heavensward. World of cyberpunk robot arms will probably never come to pass. Damn. I mean, some people thought of those as enhancements in street fights, so if people wanted to be real good at a street fight, maybe they would. A warm welcome to you, Master Final Fantasy. To what do I owe the pleasure? Elias's dress is always on point. Retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard? I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I am reminded how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now, goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets, and that, my friend, is a change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there was little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortom arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. You can see it's augmenting a flesh arm with cybernetic enhancements, but fully amputating and replacing an arm with a prosthetic of any kind is more of a burden than a boon. I agree. It's a bit excessive. As one might expect, all this political upheaval has had a significant impact on the markets, but there's profit to be had if one can navigate the chaos. So next we're visiting Gibrion in the Forgotten Night, our next stop on the Nostalgia Tour. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, no, don't tell me. Tea? Oh, so it's to be memories then, is it? Now there's a bitter draught that'll leave you wanting. Assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend, Tataru. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tales and so forth, and the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night, and I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Tataru, damn! Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances, though, to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Oh, Tataru was really good at storytelling. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. Was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. He was one of Thornton's Knights 12. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldrath, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Not true! Of course, these days, we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? I saw it in my own echo vision. There were several who splintered off and formed and their blood is all up in Foundation. But there's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too. One which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. It's just a tale, of course. As for albeit a good one, As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? It is true. I know it. I saw big hints in my vision. There is truth to it. He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen, regardless, and he would hope. Recently, a call went out for able hands to help rebuild, and a bunch of our regulars took up the cause. When I find a moment, I'll take him a little something to wet their whistle. Yeah, helping with the firmament and stuff. Right, so next we're visiting Laniat and Camp Cloudtop. So next stop, Sea of Clouds. And here's one of my Heavensward mounts. Meow. Laniat, my girl. Master Final Fantasy. I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Emmerich's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Aww. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Einart and all of Dishguard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the man to whom they owe their lives. Oh my god. Laniat. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war, though we need no longer watch the skies for Gervanian outflyers. The Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh my god! Manolin! I say, old boy, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough of about that, Onawa. Yes, my lord. Lady Laniat, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vundu territory and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vundu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights ought to prevent such an eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. Damn, Onoa. By the Fury! I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential. I think there is a place for you here with the Rose Knights. If you would have it. You're gonna steal Onawa from under a Manolin? That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady. And were I free to do so, I should gladly accept, but I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Madeleine's face. Pledge to another, you rascal! I thought I saw you whispering in young Saulette's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. Bro, there'll be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where have you been sneaking off together? What adventures you've been having? Every little detail, and don't you dare leave anything out. You're so stupid, Madeleine. I love you. I am sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Master Final Fantasy. Bye, Em. Not so fast! The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about! Onoa! Onoa! For all the lady's disdain, it was an old, familiar dance. To her, ooh, stretch, thank you. All right, stretching. And I'm hydrating too. All right. For all the lady's disdain, it was an old, familiar dance. To her, Lord Emmanuel would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on the bleak frontier. In all honesty, we could easily do without their assistance, and yet I cannot deny that a part of me has come to look forward to their impromptu visits. The next stop, Falcon's Nest. We're pretty much going in order. And Gigi's coming with us. Gigi, you get to see everything I saw. A thousand pardons, Master Final Fantasy. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. A feast, perhaps. Or at least a formal welcome with men in full dress. Don't worry, Redwald. You have more than earned it. One need only look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before the relief to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence, while others shed tears. Not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Otterell! Sir Redwald, the shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Master Final Fantasy, are you here on official business? A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together. Since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. I remember that. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Oh, that's wonderful. Is that so? Well, well. Mayhap I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. Oh, Arturel. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. So our two houses, Redwald is a knight of House Durandare. So Durandare and Fort Tomp historically did have a bit of conflict between them, and Edmund and Charlemagne remarked on that a bit when we did the Firmament episode. 'Tis especially galling when one considers that much of what we have was achieved by virtue of our blood and not our character. So call me Count, if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I have earned it, I will, but not today. Oh, Arturel. Still himself, is he? Yep. An honorable man, mindful of tradition. He was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile, but when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it led one astray. He would set his prejudices aside and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Humility and nobility are, regrettably, all too often at odds. He shall make a fine count. Ooh, Arturel. So we're going back to Ishgard. We're going to the tribunal where Alphino and I had to do trial by combat for Alphino and Tataru. The Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Right here! This is where Orshifon gave me my black chocobo. Two foreign heretics against two knights of the Heaven's Ward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and winners' claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Next stop, the Hoplon. Vault Priest. Good morrow to you, sir. Halone's blessings be upon you. You are Master of Final Fantasy, if I am not mistaken. We have met, though I am sure you do not remember. 'Twas a seeming lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass And when I saw you gazing at the holy vault, I thought perhaps that you had too. You turned our world upside down. Everything we held dear. For change. For the truth. They say it had to be done. That his grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, sir, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. Damn, Thornton broke a lot of hearts. To walk the righteous path. Knew him? Yeah, how well did you know him? If you didn't know what he had planned. Maybe Thornton had layers like an onion. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Apparently, our next stop is Limsa Lominsa. Oh, Limsa never change. Hold on. Oops. I screwed that up. Mister, this is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? A journey of remembrance, you say? Far be it from me to deny you. Unannounced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I had turned you away. To hear where it all started. Where it all started for Mister here in Limsa. Thank the navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastmen's latest movements. Come, mister. Tell me of your adventures. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters. Though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance, 'twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Emmerich at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say your own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that. And Lady Yugidi's besides. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield. its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn. And in time, she would act. Never again, mister. Never again. I would sure hope so. Alright, next we're going to Revenant's Toll. We're gonna go talk to Higiri. Ooh, is she up in the kitchens? That girl does like to cook. There you are. You are up in the kittens. Lower tables would have been nice. Oh, I know. Master, mister? Is Autumnis? I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Raoban from his captivity. I remember you and Yugiri. And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved. Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I have prepared a special unguent, I think that's how you say it, to aid in General Raoban's rehabilitation. Ooh, she made a cream for his arm stump. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it. Commander Swift, whose brother died at Carteneau. Few shinobi have the fortitude and strength of will to return to the battlefield after suffering so grievous an injury. Not only do they struggle to adapt their techniques, but may complain of strange, inexplicable aches. Should General Raoban experience them, it is my hope that this will help. Let's go to Ul'dah then. Greetings, Lieutenant Final Fantasy. What is it you have there? Containing a variety of ground herbs and natural oils, the recipe for this traditional medicine has been passed down for generations. Unguent? I was not aware that the General required such stuff. And one of our Doman friends made this for him. Did she? Very well. Oh my god, the guy next to me is playing Triple Triad. Very well. I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We have just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. Raoban time? Raoban? Hey, Raubon! So, Commander Swift tells me you came all this way to deliver Unguent? Unguent? Daily, she says. Ha! Well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested? I jest, lad. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? Aye, Merlvib said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilberd left me in to rot. It shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. This may not be the last time today we hear about Ilberd. Lolorito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilberd admitted to him he once believed that I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. But years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did not to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, but Ilberd didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my stories set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the old dawn dream, a fine, impossible dream, which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist expense, and then... Forgive me. The Scions paid the price of my failings. It's okay, Raubon. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep, and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lad. There will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. Perhaps sooner than you think, even. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the Syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Now that the Flame General has been reinstated to his post, we have regained a sense of normality. There is still much and more to be done, but we can finally see a way forward. And we owe it all to you, Lieutenant Final Fantasy. Maybe it's about time for a promotion that I don't have to do squadrons for. No, I'm just kidding. So next we're gonna visit the Gorgan Mills. So back to Falcon's Nest. Good old Black Iron Bridge. There's the windmills in the distance of Gorgan Mills. Yeah, remember when I found Azael in the basement here. Pretty sure I did. By the Fury, is that you, Master Final Fantasy? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this God's forsaken place? Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgan Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. These rumors of a general amnesty for Lady Iceheart's followers have caused no small amount of dissent in the ranks. Oh no. Emmerich's work is not done. 'Twas not so long ago that they were ambushing our convoys, after all. But if it is to be a choice between reconciliation and a return to violence, I choose reconciliation. I remember going down here. I wanted to look at the Shiva and Hraesvelgr statue, and this person's chocobo's ass is in the way. Oh well. Penitent heretic. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. Oh yeah, that's Estinian. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. Or had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream. Construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. Oh, when we left her with Hraesvelgr, she must have gone back and talked to these guys. Oh, no, this is beforehand. So she was always humble about all of that, even beforehand, even before she came to regret her own actions. I understand now, all right? But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She considered you a friend. Had things been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right. Cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and then the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Next, we're going to the Convictory. We spent a jolly good old time at the Convictory. Although I wonder what they're really good for anymore now that the war is over. They're just freezing their asses off out there. Do they really need to be out there? They got a good thing going on with the trade with the Vath and Tailfeather though, but still, They gotta be freezing their asses out here. Poor guys. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of life himself, he who slew the dreadworm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. This is just what I was thinking about. Sorry, haha. Well, go on. Strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Oh, tell me true. For a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the man who rid us of Nidhogg. I wasn't fooled. Oh, unless you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. Ooh, pray tell. As our nation's ties with Hraesvelgur's brood have grown stronger, and our interests in Dravania have begun to expand, we've seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. You know what? That makes perfect sense. So the convictors do still have a livelihood out here. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. Right, next, Tailfeather talking to our man Marcisham. Something the matter, son? Nath giving you trouble? Not anymore. A journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, it feels like only yesterday that Azael turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor. Out in the forest, all by her lonesome? Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Azael. Just sat there, and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned when she finally spoke. Now, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed... Then one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared. Up and leaves for the gods know where. And that was the last we heard of her. For a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did. From far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I knew. I think, mister, that deep down, Most folk want to do right by themselves and by others. And they try. Oh, how they try. You do, certainly. And so did she. Iselle! Marcia Shaw knew her when she was happy! Apologies. You came here to think on your own memories. Not listen to mine. I take it the Nath are next? Right then. If we're to do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. In case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh Sealam tree fruit, a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Nanka flesh. Come on, lad. Surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels. Yeah, I was about to say. No way in hell I gotta do all that after all me and good old Deafdarm have been through together, and the Vath storyteller calling me a brother? Like, no, ain't no way. That was scary for a second. All right. That storyteller, my guy. Hello, hello. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this day? Once, we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Loth Astbath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you have given us, and when new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. You keep on keeping on, Vath. Okay. Next, well, you know, I might as well just fly to Annex Shrine. Screw it. Of course we gotta talk to Vidofnir. Who do you think I am? Vidofnir, my girl! Hello! Friend of Azael, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annex Shrine. What bringeth thee to us this day? There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths, and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word beloved of thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of the ages, not hath greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action, a dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee and Azael ever after, that all may know and remember. One could even call it a dragon song. In the chorus, the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. We sing of Nidhogg even now, not to praise him, but to speed his soul unto its rest, for even he is deserving of peace. And now we're gonna have some mood whiplash talking to Moglin.
Well, yank my palm and call me a molebat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Mister? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kupo. Anyway, what are you doing here? Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your exciting quests, but by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And what better than now, Kupo? What with your friends visiting and all? Wait here and I'll fetch them.
My friends? Is Kane here? Kane! And howdy! Rowan, it's howdy! With the keeper of the entwined servants she saved from Cartano, who is a Garlean conscript. Well, I guess we had to meet all three city-state leaders, so here's Kane. You still miss Bonjour. Bonjour is at home, okay? Bonjour is in Gridania right now, I'm sure. Oh, glad am I to see you again, mister. And in Mogholm of all places.
Kupo, is it really you? And just when we were about to leave.
I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours. A final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow. Young Estinian, least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Asas Law, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphino told me of your great struggle and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible.
If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die. Though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it has made its home in one's head.
With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict, for only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you once again for your hospitality, Chieftain Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, mister. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Until we meet again, Kupo!
Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief, and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. All right. Well, we are in the Churning Mists. So what the hell else can we do? But oh my god, the sunset's beautiful. This is good for Stormblood. Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. No, but this is, of course, we must reminisce about the road trip with Estinian and Alphino and Hazael. We camped right here. The crackling warmth of Alphino's campfire. The savory waft of Hazael's bubbling stew. Soft snoring of Moggen, asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. Having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighed down by truths too grim to contemplate. That little part is what I always think of when I think of this quest. We're going back to Ul'dah. 14's coming to console. Oh, well, I mean, it's already at console, but it's coming to Xbox, yes. Cool. So you're doing the Xbox open beta? Well, I hope you enjoy. I'm playing it on PlayStation 5 and have been for years. But yeah, it's newly come to Xbox. Actually, you might not know this. I was there in person when they announced the Xbox thing. Yes, you will go see your... Okay, if you want to see Y'shtola as quickly as possible, Alexi, you need to start in Limsa Lominsa. So there's 3 different city-states you can start out in. There's Ul'dah, there's Limsa Lominsa, and there's Gridania. And what starting class you choose determines which city-state you end up in. Yeah, so like Rowan's saying, you can choose Marauder, which is like Axe, Arcanist, which is like magic. I think it's just those 2, because there's only 2 healers. Wait, no, there's another DPS, right? Hold on, I can... No, but you can't start as a rogue, is the problem. So if you want to do an axe, or like summon a little guy and do some magic, Okay. You will meet her. You will meet her. Just if you want to spend even more time with her, that's my recommendation. But you will meet her. Don't worry. No matter what. You'll just meet her earlier if you start in Limsa, is all. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Yeah. I think that's part of it. But they made up for it by having like a ton of crafters. Bingus! 3-stream streak. Yay! And Alexi, I hope you enjoy Oh, actually, this is a great time to start with the open beta because pretty soon, I think next week, the Final Fantasy 15 crossover should be coming back. You might not be able to do all of the content by the time the event expires, depending on how fast you go through the game, but if you unlock the gold saucer, you should be able to get enough points to get the car, the regalia from Final Fantasy 15, and then I don't know that much information about it. I'm sure it's way more than that. I think the free trial is very extensive. There should be lots of information about it. I can probably find it real fast. Because I can just look up the Twitter. Aha, here we go. I gotcha, Alexi. Here we go. So you should... Okay, so it seems you can keep playing throughout the open beta, and then when the official release happens on Xbox, you should be able to... Your data should transfer over. So you're just playing it early, like early access kind of thing. The subscription is all online. So you will have to go on like a browser and go to they'll walk you through it. But also you don't have to start on the subscription right away. You can do the free trial. Have you heard that the acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial with no restrictions on playtime, now up to level 70, including the entire first 2 expansions, the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward and the critically acclaimed expansion Stormblood. So believe it or not, Alexi, I've been doing Lore Sunday for almost 2 years, and still the only stuff I have covered, like 99% of the stuff I've covered, is all in the free trial. Believe it or not, I still have not exited the free trial in Lore Sunday. So don't worry about being limited. Yes, so because you don't have a job, you can stick with the free trial for hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours is how long the free trial is. It's until you get to the point in the main story where you go to Shadowbringers, then they'll stop you. It used to be up to the first expansion, but they recently changed it, so it'll go up to the first 2 expansions. There's certain restrictions, like you can't buy things on the market board, and I think you can't join a free company, which is like a guild. But otherwise, you can, the world's your oyster. And so there's main story quests, which I'm about to continue those when I'm done with this quest line. And the main story quests you'll be able to do up until no. Yes, that's exactly right, Alexi. Yeah, and then I don't think it'll even stop you from playing. It's just that you can't make any more main story progress and unlock certain things. And I think there are certain jobs. Any new job introduced in Shadowbringers or Endwalker, I don't think you'll be able to do either. So you can't do Sage, Gunbreaker, Dancer, or Reaper. Those are the only ones you won't be able to do. Okay. It used to be different. It used to be much more restricted. The thing is that they have so much confidence in it now that they let the game speak for itself. So, like, if you're going through the story, Heaven's Word worked because you don't get to where I'm about to get to in the story in this very episode of Lore Sunday, and you aren't and there's no way you're like, I'm good. I don't need to play any more of this. No, you're gonna want to keep going. They do have in-game purchases. They have a whole store. There's a whole online shop where you can get all sorts of mounts and like fashion items and minions and all sorts of stuff. But they do have the monthly subscription. The thing is once you're deep in, there's no way you're gonna want to stop there. Yeah, what Rowan's saying. The game speaks for itself, and the stuff, you have a lot of freedom, but eventually the stuff that you're not going to be able to do will irk you so much. And then if you get into the story, by the time you get to Shadowbringers, you're going to be like, oh, no fucking way do I want to stop here. And then you buy the sub. And then you can also pause the sub whenever you want if you don't have enough money. And then you can come back whenever you want. So they actually do make a lot of money despite how free the free trial is. Yeah, and like I'm saying, Alexa, you don't have to. You'll have hundreds of hours of free content on your Xbox until you feel like you want to pay a subscription. It won't run out. It only runs out. There's only limits. You get locked out of certain things, but there's no time limit. Yeah. Then you might want to think about getting a subscription, but there's a shit ton of side stuff that's not just the main story. There's like crafting, gathering, you can go fishing, you can do PvP, you can do a bunch of mini games. Yeah, like what Rowan's saying, maybe you'll have a job by then. Yeah, because I'm not kidding when I'm saying there's hundreds of hours of content that you have available to you in the free trial, and maybe by the time you want to get the full game, you'll have a job. There's Mahjong, yeah. All the stuff that Rowan's saying. You want to start jonging? You want to get jong pilled? Who up Mahjong they jong? That didn't sound right. Anyway. Wait, I just freaking jumped off where I was supposed to go because I got too distracted extolling the free trial. She ma on my jong until I reach ye. loud, incorrect buzzer. There's also optional dungeons. All of the raids are technically side content. And so that'll be like all the raids for the base game. Heavensward, Stormblood, which are all within the free trial. They all have their own raids you'd be able to access. What else is there? A shit ton of side content you'd be able to do. That could possibly tide you over until you can afford to do a subscription, is I guess what I mean to say. All right. You know, I don't know why it didn't really occur to me until now, but this carpet that's laid out over the stairs is in the same colors as Old Dog's flag. You there, over here, quickly. Oh, Lilira, Lady Lilira. I should have known you would see through my disguise, but enough talk. We cannot linger here, lest the guards recognize their sultana. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your mind? She Metal Gear on my snake till I'm solid. Whoa! Damn! I understand completely. So much has happened. So much has changed. And in all so short a space of time. Even now I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing at least is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you have done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. After I awoke, Papa Shan told me everything. It was a lot to take in, but nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and thinking to make amends, offered all of Teleji Adeleji's assets, as well as half of his own personal fortune to the crown. And I accepted. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There is no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it is they who shall be the first to receive aid and succor. There is also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in a large part responsible. No, girl, no! Nay, do not protest. No, I'm protesting. It is the truth. No! Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them. Well, Tataru would be the one to contact about that. That would be most welcome. Thank you, Your Grace. Pray do not thank me, not after all you have suffered. And know that I do not think to atone for my mistakes with money. It is but a tool with which I would see put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems as if I have brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Lady Lilira! Lady Lilira! You must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Ah, confound it. You lot, search this area. I know she came through here. Ooh, Papa Sean's after you. On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I've not visited the markets in weeks. It would seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Mister, might I impose on you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultan Sworn? Well, I was kinda somewhat a little bit part of a Sultan Sworn as a free paladin. I leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care! Alright, I guess I'm doing it. Ah, beg your pardon, sir. But did you perchance see a young Lalafellan noblewoman pass this way? Nope. Are you certain? Oh dear. Master Papashan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. Oh hey! It's the Sultan Sworn little guy you like, Dan. Dan, it's your little guy. The Sultan Sworn elite sports a faintly troubled expression, straining to remember something important. Wait, I know you. You're Mr. Final Fantasy. What a stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that we seek. Ah, but Master Papashan was most explicit about the need for secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We will find the lady on our own. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child and be compelled to rule in his stead, and how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivety. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. We are going back to Revenant's Toll. Alian would be in the oh wait, she's right here. My girl. There you are, mister. Higiri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet, I remember, girl, you did your best. And I also remember when you and your grandfather were outside of Sastasha, the first time I ever went into a dungeon. I had my suspicions about Wilrid's death, oh, poor Wilrid, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks. But I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without rousing suspicion, mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know that bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Yeah, fuck Laurentius. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received my urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with others still loyal to the Scions, Riol, Ephemy, Ermgus. Oh, quite what they planned to do with us I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time. Fools. Lieutenant Yuyuhase bid the third to keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbert moved to carry out General Raubon's execution, oh god, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was over. Ooh, so when they sent all their people out to go get me, you guys took the opportunity to escape. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Yep, true. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I'd done things differently, if I'd been more careful or more decisive, what then? But there is not to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, mister. You will see. Of course, love you, girl. For the freedom of all. It had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal. As the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We're going to Skysteel Manufactory. Stephanivian? Or is Sid or Big Sir Wedge there? Yep, this is where the Sky Slipper was worked on. Why, hello there, mister. Fancy meeting you here. Wedge, it's been a hot second. And Biggs. Reminiscing about the glory days, eh? Aye, we spent many a sleepless night hammering away in that corner of ours. How's your mana cutter? Oh, I kept calling it a Sky Slipper. Fuck, it's a mana cutter. I keep saying the wrong one. Keep getting them mixed up. How's your mana cutter holding up, by the way? It's holding up great, actually. Thumbs up. Ha! That's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts, like, our craftsmanship's second to none. Quite right. It'll take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. And that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon, the Skysteel Manufactory will be churning out mana cutters by the dozens. Hey, nice. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger anything up. Oh, I believe in my machinists. I've worked on them quite a bit. Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Yeah, I noticed. Oh, just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with a father's pride. Right then. That's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff, or Jesse'll never let us hear the end of it. From now till we finish, there'll be no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep. Do you hear me? You know what they say about crunch, guys. Be healthy. Oh, chart chocobo. Well, we'll leave you to it. Till next time, eh? We gotta check in with Biggs and Wedge a little. Despite the many hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons, they invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. We are going back to the Churning Mists. I guess we're gonna think about the Eyrie, and when we killed Nidhogg the first time. I remember the Eyrie. Here we go. Through tempestuous winds, they carved a path, breaching the dread worm's sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet, in the wake of hard-fought victory, were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers, bequeathed to their sons and passed down through the generations, old blood enduring in the new, the mark of original sin. You learned some truths after Nidhogg's death from Hraesvelgr. We're gonna visit Hilda! Hilda! Woohoo! You guys want to see Hilda? Doo, 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 doo. Mm-hmm. Hilda! And there he is at last. Gibrion said you were wandering all over, reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me, all of a sudden, just how much has changed for us. Though I know it's a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me in mind of the first time I saw him and his friends up near the Aetheryte, being shown around by that House 4 Tom man. You saw that? Oh? You've never told me you'd met before. It weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in my craw. And you gotta admit that Master Alphino's the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. Yep. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 Knights of the Heavens Ward with Mr. here in a trial by combat. Not to mention helping retake the vault from the True Brothers. Yuri, have mercy. It feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? It does. Of course it was. 'Cause it was. What we got now, nothing's like what came before. It's a bleeding rebirth is what it is. Hold comfort to the folks who died getting us here. Still, this piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning, we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. And no more harassing blue bloods, neither. Aye, aye! A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled, shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. A House of Commons. I know you got Sir Sherry Bear in the end, but I have to admit, I'm still a little bitter that it wasn't me. Gave me reason to practice my marksmanship, though. Oh, we're actually going to Oxundu, okay. We're seeing everybody. Oh, clouds part and let shine brilliant sun upon Lonuvanu. Great Netherling warrior returns to Oxundu, and on pilgrimage of remembrance? Well, well. We bid you warmest welcome, slayer of false gods and champion of fallen Gundu, whose fledgling village continues to grow and prosper, now free from shadow of Vundu oppression. Oh, that's so nice. They have conditional dialogue for if you finish the Vanu quests. But Lonu Vanu is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when he saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones, a distant memory though it is. Yes, his deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories, and the hero's name, Mr. Final Fantasy, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people. They had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers were they duly delivered from its wrath, the mad god's death signaling the birth of a new hero. Okay. We're going to talk to Ymitra in Gridania. Ymitra! Rare appearance outside of summoner quests. However, we did have to talk to Ymitra to help get oh wait, no, wrong one. We did have to talk to Ymitra to help get Y'shtola out of the life stream. Well met, mister. What brings you here this day? Indeed. Though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the life stream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I have rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Oh, so you guys are hanging out. That's good. Our conversations are largely on matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allagan technologies, primals, Ascians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet, while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. Really? She never told you then? But of course not. 'Twould rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see that she does not. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet, given your shared experiences, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to the worst, Y'shtola would do what needed to be done. Pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. Alas, my studies of Allagan technology have not yielded any earth-shattering revelations of late. Rest assured, however, that I will inform Tataru immediately should that unhappy state of affairs come to chance to change. So, yep, we got it, we heard it from Ymitra, that in fact, Y'shtola is blind, and she manipulates her own ether in order to sense the environment around her, perceive things, and basically a prosthetic sense of sight, I guess you could think of it. Yes. We were talking about her sister, and her sister was talking about how Y'shtola is pushing herself too hard, and I've got to make sure she doesn't overdo it. Yeah. What she's doing is really cool. It's just that what she's doing puts an enormous strain on her, and she doesn't like to tell anybody if she's having any trouble. She's like, I don't need nobody's help. Oh, well, when I do main story, I might run into her, so don't worry. Shh, go! Why must governing Great Gobby Nation be so difficult? Like herding curls! Stupid curls with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Calm down, Slowfix. Yes, yes. Slowfix knows he is letting emotions run wild. Uplander is welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps. Calling Gobbyflock thieves? But Slowfix saw a way to mutual understanding. Right. Alphino was like taken aback a bit, and the other Scions who used to live here, they were like, wait, you took our Sharlayan! And it's like, nobody's here to the Sharlayan. You're checking Fortnite Premium Festival Pass and one of your favorites is in it. Oh no! One of your favorite songs? Oh. Well, I hope you find something soon. But Slowfix saw a way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step in strengthening communal ties, gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia. Ooh, I will receive no guidance. I need to read the text carefully. Shh, go! And now, Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as citizen of Idleshire with hand-lending of great import. In Cave, south of settlement, lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to crafty make frogmen that chase away curious gobbies. Yup, I know her. Uplander has made many busy deals with Old Crone, yes? An Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her call off frogman harriers. Can do. Gobbyflock does not go looking for trouble. Trouble comes looking for Gobbyflock. Honest. Right, well, we're gonna go see Master Matoya. Oh, we're gonna go visit Y'shtola's teacher, Alexi. They're all goblins. His name was Slowfix. And he's a goblin, and he was talking about like the goblins of his town as a collective. But yeah, they like to call themselves gobbies, and they call each other gobbies. It's very cute. Reminds you of Dobby. Yeah, the ears, definitely. Dobby Gobby. So, your wife used to live in this cave. Y'shtola spent a lot of her childhood in this cave, learning from this old lady. Them calling themselves the gobby things. Oh yeah. Dobby has a sock! Right, exactly. I get it. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends, so out with it. Oh no, she's like, you only come here when you want something from me. You never come here to visit. Well, I'm sorry, Matoya. Well, yeah, of course, she's an old lady, okay? She taught Y'shtola everything she knows. I am well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends, so out with it. True, there are hot old ladies. That is true. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor, defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? Ha! The little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my Porogos return the favor. But you can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants one limb at a time. Oh, damn, okay. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand boy for those dirty little scroungers. Don't call them that! Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. Ooh, get him. The same goes for that boy, complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happen to Minfilia. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. Oh no! She may be a little tougher than she looks. You make your choices, and you do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Azys Lla, and you would do well to remember it. Right then, I think you've wasted enough of my time. It's bad enough that I have to suffer Stola's unannounced visits. See, there's your Stola. I don't need you making a habit of it too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice. She didn't insult her, she was just saying, damn. She just keeps totally, like, showing up unannounced, like, hey, what's up? Like, yeah, I didn't know you were coming. She's just, no, she's just being a grouch, and she's allowed to be a grouch at Y'shtola. She's like the only person allowed to be a grouch at Y'shtola besides her sister. Mayhap if I hung a sign around their necks saying Goblin Eater in big red letters, they'd think twice. Actually, that might work. So we're going to Azys Lla. I guess the gobbies are on their own. Yes, all of this you can access in the free trial. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. A blue bouquet. Oh, wait, the flowers Estinian had? Or no, I think the bouquet he had looked different. A bouquet of fresh Nimia lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. A thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship. A crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, causing motes of diamond, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. So that was for those we have lost. This might be the bouquet Estinian had that he left out here for Azael. Oh, Azael. So I remember the side mission you did in Red Dead 2 when you were helping a guy build the first electric chair. Oof, yeah. Ooh, well, yikes. I guess he got what he deserved, but youch. Ugh, that reminds me of The Green Mile. Did you ever see that movie? Here I am in my mana cutter that are starting to be mass produced. Well, he was wrong. I didn't know Red Dead Redemption had side quests like that. I played a little bit of the first one at my cousin's house once, so I could see that fitting in, but it's like, huh, I didn't know there was stuff like that. So we're visiting Tiamat. How you doing, girl? Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. 5 years ago? Yeah. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own? Then he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor, clad in mortal flesh. Oh, you're talking about Estinian and Nidhogg. Yes, yes. And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child. 'Tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments, ephemeral and eternal. My beloved's passing and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg, consumed by love, twisted by rage. I, too, sought vengeance without end. Midgard Stormer! It's been a while! Oh my god, he's back! It's Daddy! Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia have I watched as time did that which I could not, as the men of Alec perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins and solitude. What folly to despise man his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian Reed. Then look thou upon him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboreth to rise above his nature, how he and Hraesvelgr's brood now raise their voices in a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alec unto its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting. As I remain here, apart, and watch. Wow, that kind of hits a little hard if you think about Shadowbringers, which I won't describe what I'm talking about because spoilers. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, but the road stretcheth ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. Wait, narrator, I don't believe you. We gotta be able to save her sometime. Alright. Thanks for having a chat, Tiamat. Here's where we killed Emmerich's dad. The Undying Ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then, the knights, too, succumbed, loyal to the last, to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the Archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate and knew not what he saw. And then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Astinian took the accursed baubles in his own and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming and all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend, and they won't tell you where it is, but I know where it is. I know where it is. I know where to pay respects to a friend. I know where to go. I know exactly where to go. Francel! Francel! Wait, I'll talk to Francel after the cutscene. Or Chiffon. That was one bit we had skipped over. That was the gesture Orchiffon used to make. Orchiffon emote! You have learned the emote, Orchiffon. You express your fervent approval. Oh. So there is something I would like to read here from a book. A side story, technically. I want to talk to Francel first. I want him to come back up. Come on, Francel. Come back up. I'll fly away and then come back. Yeah, here he comes. Here's Francel. Hello again, old friend. So you visit him still? He would be glad. So... I don't want it to clip with the Nimia lilies per se. Maybe like this. That's pretty cinematic. There we go. All right, so let me turn on a light. There's a story, a bit of lore I haven't quite had the opportunity to say before, but I figured this was the best opportunity. So Francel just offered those Nimia lilies at Orchifon's memorial. And if you recall, when we first met Orchifon and Francel was accused of heresy, and he was almost executed at Witch Drop. But Mr. and Orchifon went in and saved him. That Orchifon would put so much on the line for his friend. There's a history there, and I wanted to read that today. So, Vows Unbroken. The wind nipped at the young man's face as he trudged up the path towards the stones, fresh lilies clasped tightly in hand. Another blizzard on the way, he thought. The worst is yet to come. All too soon, he arrived. As he knelt to replace yesterday's offering, Francel's eyes drifted to the shield leaning against the marker. A red unicorn, erased and wreathed in thorns, and below, he shuddered and looked away. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? He muttered through clenched teeth, twisting and crushing the flowers in his hands until there was nothing left. 16 years ago now, Francel reflected. A boy of 6 summers, yet nevertheless old enough to assume his social responsibilities. So Francel's 22. Father had told him the dinner party at Fortemps Manor was to be the first of many. The lords and ladies had treated him with predictable kindness as he made his rounds with the Count, carefully repeating the phrases he had been taught. This one is a baron, but you mustn't address him as such in person, his father whispered as they moved on. This is Count Baranduan, who we met during the firmament quests. His father whispered as they moved on. That one is sworn to our house. You met him when you were... It was altogether too much. But he pressed on, as instructed, until he had spoken with every individual of standing. Utterly spent, he duly begged his father for a moment's respite and was surprised to find him amenable to the request. Moved by my efforts, or mayhap the wine. Also, he's only 6. After the Count set him free, Francel made straight for the doors, pausing only to snatch a serving of pudding from a nearby table. Outside, under the starry sky, he breathed deep of the cool night air and savored the silence. Come, have at thee, for the glory of House Fortemps! The shouting seemed to be coming from the nearby gazebo, where Francel had hoped to eat his pudding in peace. Oh, yes. Gigi and Hildebrand's beloved gazebo. That gazebo. He crept closer, unsure what he would find. A silver-haired boy twice his age, though at the time, Orshifon would have been around 12. A silver-haired boy twice his age was swinging a wooden sword with reckless abandon, his bare chest glistening with sweat in the moonlight. What are you doing? Francel was surprised to find he had spoken. The older boy whirled about, briefly falling into a half-crouch. He blinked, then drew himself up to his full height. What does it look like? I'm practicing. Francel was at a loss. His father had stressed the importance of the evening's festivities, but the party, shouldn't you be... The older boy snorted. The Countess forbade it. Father wanted me to come, but I told him I wasn't interested. It's just as well. What good's a knight who can't fight? It was better when I didn't know. Trueborns, bastards, baseborns. The older boy simply stood there, hands resting on the pommel of his wooden sword, point planted in the earth. Francel suddenly remembered the pudding in his hands. Would you like to share? He said, proffering the sweet meat with trepidation. Orshifon arched an eyebrow, then grinned. I would like that very much. They complimented each other rather well, so far as a fourth-born and a bastard could. Oh, so that's what we wanted. A fourth-born. Fourth-born son, though. They're still not counting Laniat, damn it. Unless they're... Oh, anyway. Sorry, I lost my spot. Quiet and reserved, Francel's inclination was ever to bury himself in a book, but Orshifon was wont to appear without warning and spirit him away on some grand adventure. Oh, Orshifon. 6 years his senior, the older boy continued to pursue his study of swordplay, spurred ever onward by his dreams of knighthood. For we all must serve, each in our own way. In later years, Orshifon's impromptu visits grew more frequent, the more he grew to resemble his father. Francel came to recognize the signs he would be along shortly. Muffled shouts from the manor, a door slamming shut, the patter of running feet across the cobbles. And there he was, huffing and puffing, eyes red and full of anger. I'd touch his shoulder, and he'd remember where he was. Where shall we go today? I'd ask. Anywhere but here, he'd say. He shifted in the saddle and kept his eyes firmly fixed on the horizon. The trackers were off watering their chocobos, leaving Francel alone with his father, who continued to speak. Many of your peers are avid falconers, you know, and with good cause. Not all bargains are struck over wine. Out here, in the wilds, astride a chocobo, men are more alike to speak with candor. To celebrate his 11th name day, his father had insisted they go hunting in the eastern lowlands. Father always had a way with gifts. Glancing at the trackers, Francel saw a shock of silver hair and smiled before returning his attention to the skies. One small concession, at least. The black speck in the fading daylight had begun to circle above the woods on the far shore of Clearwater Lake. He felt the Count squeeze his shoulder. You see? All you have to do is follow the falcon. He knows where to go. The Count paused and turned to face him. He was born for this, as were you. The falcon's cry was a blessing. He got something, Francel yelled, then dug his heels in and spurred his mount forward. He was dimly aware of his father shouting as he gripped the reins tighter and urged the chocobo on. If there's one thing Orshifon managed to teach me, it was how to run away. Also, Francel was a bit uncomfortable having those moments with his father, huh? Francel grinned as he lowered his head and rode light in the saddle. His father's men would not catch him before he made it to the trees. When he was nearly upon them, a flock of pheasants burst from the underbrush. Towards me, Francel reined his mount in, puzzled, and squinted into the gloom, only to feel a sharp pain in his head. And then he was rumbling from his saddle while the world went black around him. Oh, shit. He awoke with a start to a dull throbbing at the base of his skull and the taste of blood and cotton. Moaning, he tried to reach up and feel his head, but found that he could not. Sawdust and hemp. Oh, how it chafed. Oi, the little lordling's awake. Gradually, the world came into focus, and Francel found himself lying on the floor of a candlelit cabin, a woodcutter's shack, long abandoned and forgotten. The door on the far wall appeared to lead out into the night. But sat on a stool across from him was a balding man in boiled leather, with a nose that had been broken at least half a dozen times and teeth that had fared still worse. The man leered. My mates feared I hit you too hard, but I told him blue blood skulls are thicker than you think. A knobbed wooden club lay across his knees. An ugly, misshapen thing, not unlike its owner. Francel tested his bonds once more, and the coarse rope bit into his wrists. He tried to speak through the gag. Quiet, boy, or I'll send your tongue back to the Count before your fingers, the man growled. An empty threat, but how was I to know? Horrified, Francel pressed himself against the wall and stared up at the bandit, who smiled, and was all the more terrifying for it. That's better. Now then. The door flew open, and the bandit rose to his feet and whirled about, club in hand. Just in time to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired youth, who barreled into his chest, dashing him to the floor and driving the wind from his lungs. The bandit clawed at Orshifon's face, spitting curses as the youth fumbled his knife. Beyond, in the doorway, a man was lying flat on his back, staring into space, unblinking. Orshifon groped blindly for the knife, found it, then drove it home between the larger man's ribs. Again and again, long after he had stopped moving. He lay there for a time, face buried in the dead man's chest. The cabin was silent, save for his labored breaths. Less a man and more a beast, his tunic dyed red, his hands trembling. Slowly, he pushed himself up and looked into Francel's eyes. "It's over. They're dead," he whispered, leaning forward and pulling the wadded cloth from the boy's mouth. "All of them?" A man filled the doorway, arrow knocked and drawn. "You little shites!" he roared, and the bowstring sang. I shut my eyes, but I heard it strike. Heard him howl. Heard the pounding of the floorboards. Heard them wrestling, two voices grunting, then one wheezing. When he opened his eyes, Francel saw Orshifon leaning next to a third bandit. "Right. Now it's over." He rose to his feet, swaying slightly. A thin stream of blood trickled from the broken shaft embedded in his left forearm. Ow. He looked down and almost seemed surprised. Best not try that again without a shield, eh?" How the fuck? Why the fuck would they do this to us? He, throws himself in front of the projectile that would hit his best friend. His first best friend. And then, he's like, better not try that without a shield next time. And then, when the same things that happens to Mister, but with incredibly stronger projectile, Orshifon put his shield up, and the bolt cut right through it and killed him. How dare they do that to us? Damn. "The third lived to tell the tale," Francel mused, as he traced the sigil on the battered shield, "of how an untrained, unseasoned bastard of 17 summers saved a lordling with naught but his knife. And so the silver fuller won his spurs." His fingers came to the hole. "A knight lives to serve, to aid those in need," he managed, his voice trembling. Beyond the descending veil of white, the city rose to meet the day, as Francel, kneeling in the snow, smiled and wept. So that was the little story of how Francel and Orshifon met, and then the first time that Orshifon saved Francel's life, because Witch Drop was not the first time. And then, even more important, or maybe not even more important, but another notable part is that that was the deed that won Orshifon his knighthood, was saving Francel from the bandits. So you need to have a proper deed to earn your knighthood. I'm pretty Sure Artur Rels was driving the Garleans out of Zemail Darkhold, but yeah, Orshifon's ticket to knighthood was saving Francel's life, which he didn't do just to get a knighthood. Obviously, he would save his best friend without even needing to be asked. All right, so let's move on. Let me make sure there's not a little follow-up quest or something. feel like I remember something. Let me check. Let me check Camp Dragonhead. Okay, nothing. All right. So, there's one more little story I want to read, and then we will do MSQ. Alright, so one more story. Thoughts unspoken. Be present, yet unobtrusive. Predict, but never presume. Head bowed, ears open, stepping softly. He was ever ready to serve, as he had for nearly 5 years. Though well liked by his peers, to the lords and ladies he was but another nameless face among 50 and more men and women who labored tirelessly for House Fortemps. But your day will come, for do we not live in changing times? The end of the Dragonsong War was only the beginning. The manor had seen an endless cavalcade of esteemed personages, eager to pay their respects to the old count and earn the favor of the new. Artrell. Yet, not all were so calculating. The newly elected representatives of the commons seemed less interested in playing the great game, and more in simply learning its rules, or sods. Rounding the corner of the manor hallway, the manservant found himself face to face with the head steward of the household. This guy. The old wolf grinned. Ah, there you are. Walk with me. There is a delicate matter which I would entrust to no other. Of course, Master Firmian. He listened in a daze as his superior listed the legal documentation that served as House Fortemp's historical claim to Camp Dragonhead, which the Count apparently required for reasons Firmian did not disclose. Pausing at a window, the steward clasped his hands behind his back and inclined his chin towards the noonday sun. You should arrive before nightfall if you leave now. Unless there be any lingering uncertainty, you are not to return without those papers. Do I make myself clear? The manservant swallowed and gave an earnest nod, and when a figure in the courtyard below chanced to catch his eye, even at a distance the adventurer was unmistakable. Slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard. Master Firmian, is that not the warrior of light? I was told they would be staying with us for a time. I am given to understand that they mean to make a journey of remembrance, inspired by one of your compeers, no less. The compeer being, this guy over here. Let us pray you both return to the manor ere long. And look, I have returned. The western sky burned crimson at the manservant's back as he was shown into the great hall at Camp Dragonhead. There, the knights listened patiently as he detailed his task, and that he was duly granted free rein to search the stronghold for the requisite documents. It soon became plain that his task would be far from simple. For all Lord Orchifon's many fine qualities, the late commander of the garrison had plainly not been one for paperwork, his approach to the administrative aspects of the role apparently having amounted to stuffing reports, schedules, and invoices into the drawers of his desk at random. I love you, Orshifon. He did not want to organize shit. Nor were the young pages any help, as none had even the faintest idea where their master might have kept documents of greater import, if not in his office. With a sigh, he called for ink and parchment. Your day will come, just you wait. Out of respect, the manservant had refrained from searching Lord Orshifon's private chambers on the first evening, but after a fruitless night, he requested that they be unlocked on the morrow. Alas, they too had yielded not. His hopes were further dashed at midday when a raven bearing the head steward's simple reply arrived. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. And so the manservant remained at Camp Dragonhead, scouring every location in which the documents might reasonably have been stored, and many and more in which they should not. As the days wore on, he began to entertain elaborate fantasies as to their fate. Maybe a pack of Highland Goobus wandered through the gates unseen, and no, a goblin thief? Yes, a goblin thief would have little difficulty hiding 100 such documents in his pack's many secret compartments. Secret. In the twilight hours of yet another sleepless night, the manservant made his way to Lord Orshifon's private chambers once more, lamp in trembling hand. At once his eyes were drawn to the desk. He found the drawer with the false bottom almost immediately. Fury be praised, he whispered as he fumbled for the papers within. There was no mistaking the seals. As he pulled them free and began to leaf through them, an envelope slipped between his fingers and fell to the ground. He knelt and saw it bore no markings. It wasn't even sealed. Intrigued, he set the other documents on the desk, picked up the envelope, and extracted the parchment within. Oh, bugger. My dearest friend, I pray this missive finds you in good health and high spirits. It has been some several days since you and Master Alphino embarked upon your journey to the west, having learned of the impending Gervanian invasion. Of course, I have no way of knowing when these words will reach you. Mayhap these troubled times will be but a distant memory when they do. I realize that matters of great import command your attention at present, but when I looked to the distant skies the other day and found myself praying for your safe return, I felt compelled to put pen to paper. Do forgive this indulgence. Well then, what to write? I would ordinarily ask if you had been enjoying your time in Ishgard, but given the circumstances of your coming, and your subsequent embroilment in yet another battle not your own, mayhap it were better that I did not. I imagine it is by now altogether too familiar a tale. Even so, it pains me to say that it is distressingly easy to imagine you fighting to the bitter end regardless. Nevertheless, I cannot deny that it filled my heart with joy to see you finally set foot in our fair city. The thought that I would be able to witness your daily feats of heroism firsthand was quite simply... well, let us say that I was tremendously grateful for it. And the idea that I might once more fight by your side seemed no less thrilling. Oh, yes, I have been meaning to say, I do hope my likely misguided decision to name your home away from home the falling snows did not grate. It was but my artless attempt to raise your spirits. When you sought us out in your hour of need, and I saw firsthand how utterly despondent Master Alphino was, I knew at once that I must do everything in my power to help you, to preserve the dawn's light, be it as a friend, with a jest, or as an ally. Which is why I resolved to petition my father on your behalf. It was, to be frank, no easy thing for me. Lest you mistake my meaning, my father is an honorable man, good and true. Doubtless that is why my late mother fell in love with him. Mayhap that is also why she thought it best to leave the family's service, that in doing so, she might help preserve his reputation, though she ultimately chose to place me in his care. He loved her, of course, as I am sure he loves me and I him, though we rarely speak of such things, but then our conversations are invariably rather brief. Mayhap that is why I chose to become a knight. Alas, my father was firm in his refusal, for although he had supported our shared endeavors with Revenant's Toll and the Scions in the past, providing safe haven for wanted fugitives was another matter altogether. Still, I persisted, prompting my father to ask what could possibly have driven me to fight so fervently on your behalf. And so I told him of the adventurer who had unexpectedly come into our lives, a bright, shining paragon of virtue, whose very presence drove others to be better than themselves. I told him that this adventurer, this cherished friend of mine, was a hero, lies and slander be damned, and that as their friend, it was only right that I help them. Looking back, it may well have been the longest conversation we ever had. Afterwards, he simply stared at me in silence for what felt like an eternity. And then, when I had all but resolved to take my leave, he told me he would give me his answer on the morrow. The rest, you know. Thanks to you, and indirectly my father, I have come to appreciate my visits to the manor all the more. You are rarely there, of course, given your propensity for disappearing off on grand adventures, but I forgive you on the grounds that most are undertaken on our behalf. Truly, your famously calm disposition notwithstanding, I suspect, given the right encouragement, you would have some decidedly colorful observations to share. I should be honored to lend an ear some day, mayhap over a drink. But you will think me facetious. Pray, then, allow me to speak plain. My dearest friend, in whom I trust without hesitation, without doubt, come what may, I know you will strive on. You will strive, and in the end, you will triumph on this journey, and the next, and the next, and the next. And when you have fought the good fight, only to find yet again that it is not enough, I will be there. This I promise. This I swear. Beyond the darkest night waits a new dawn. I pray you greet her with a smile. Your friend, Orchiphon Greystone. The fresh snow crunched underfoot as the manservant trudged up the path towards Providence Point the following day. Eyes bleary from lack of sleep, he had set out upon hearing that the Warrior of Light had passed through the camp less than an hour ago, still on that journey of theirs. Though the snow conspired against him with every labored step, he forged on, mindful of his task, for the envelope pressed against his burning breast. Breasting the hill, the manservant slowed as he caught sight of the figure just beyond the standing stones. As he withdrew the unsent missive from his coat and approached, he opened his mouth to call out, only for the words to die in his throat. The Warrior of Light knelt before the memorial, motionless. Even at a distance, the manservant could make out their face, a mask betraying nothing, and then With soldierly abruptness, they rose to their feet, curious smile spreading across their face. You know, don't you? Everything he never had the chance to say. In that instant, the north wind laid claim to the letter, plucking it from the manservant's hand and spearing it away into the heavens. As he craned his head upwards and shielded his eyes, he spiral higher and higher and higher, until at last it was swallowed by the distant sun. So we had just missed that guy during that cutscene when Mr. kneeled and then he learned the Orshifon emote. There was a House Fortemps manservant who had found a letter that Orshifon had penned to Mr. during the events of Heavensward, but never delivered. And now, even if Mr. will never read the letter himself, you guys have heard what he wanted to say. And that, my friends, is truly our goodbye to Heavensward. We have a few teensy little quests that I will get out of the way in the midst of Stormblood, but that truly was our send-off. And so now, finally, we're gonna do MSQ. And then once we're done with Balzar's Wall, I'm gonna stop the stream. MSQ! It's been a hot minute. I like all these Rothgars just chilling here in a little cuddle pile in the middle of 7th Heaven. Anyway. Papalymo? My word, mister. I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose. Ultene? And there I was worried about how to brief Papalymo on the many momentous events that we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only leave Hori to it. Oh yeah, I did read these a long time ago. Yeah, I did. So I think I'll probably leave that be because I read these before at one point. Thancred. I told her everything that happened she needed to know, and I thought it'd be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. Yep, we read all these before, but Thancred and Flamine got to have a moment. Alright. Finally. Oh, wait. Not a Nukalai. Over here. Tataru. Hey, Alize. It's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself. Yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did on my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, or would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is in exploration of all things. Oh, is that something you learned from a certain Sharoon Tia. Tataru! Ah, mister, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. All right, waiting here for you, Tataru. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Oh. Uh-oh. Right, everyone? Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Uh-oh. Oh no, Tataru! They're tearing Mister apart. I heard that high quality noise. Mr. Daijobu. There! All finished! The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. He's got all of Mister's measurements. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, mister. All in good time. Ida. Aha! Found you! Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on. We have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. They look very satisfied with themselves.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Oh, I wish Urianger was here.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia.
Oh.
Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Also, Alexei, you still there? There's Y'shtola.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear.
It's you,
No one
bitch.
else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Get him. I was like, yep, Alphino, go ahead. I know you've lived for this.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
If anybody's still watching, now's the time for a such devastation redeem.
As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
My intention.
Thank you, Rowan. Oh, he lacks the qualities for such an office. You don't think you've redeemed yourself, boy? Oh.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Yeah, maybe we don't need an antecedent.
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Damn, okay.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer?
Papalymo,
At present,
a real
I see
one.
no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Papalymo is a real one, for real.
Oh my goodness! You're...
Oh,
Help! I need some help here!
uh-oh. There she is!
Tataru, are you all right?
Our first taste of Stormblood.
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Ah, it's her!
Nago! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Nago, you know her, Ida!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Ryle, you did a good job.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
Nago, heart eyes.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalymo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous.
We heard about
but
him.
He's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
Belsar's wall, guys!
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
Ah.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Now, if you recall, Papalymo and Ida had been working with the Resistance for quite a bit.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa Lominsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Ul'dah is yours.
Everybody's old stomping grounds.
Alphinaud and Alisaie, make haste to the Twelveswood. and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She would duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive.
This is usually Papalymo and Ida's job, but they're a little personally involved this time.
You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy.
I'm the Ishgard guy now!
Tataru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Well, maybe you should be the new antecedent, Y'shtola.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Papalymo narration.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
Me looking at the camera like I'm on The Office. Oh, these Lalafels.
'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
Papalymo?
And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Tataru and Kryl, so Flamine, hello Flamine. Tataru and Kryl took that resistance fighter to a more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. Poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? Oh, May, my man. I wonder what Isildur would say about our wounded visitor. His own, Grandpa's injured. His own injuries yet keep him abed. And I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations. You two are so cute. Not Einar and Hori Boulder. Hi, Einar. We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized that Miqo'te posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Oh yes, mayhap the Elder is the finer man after all. Girl! I believe she said her name was Minago? Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside. Clemens, how you doing? We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryl in caring for her patient. Ochre, in particular, seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Hey, Ochre. Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and 'twas an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. Poltenay? Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated by our two young mages here. Everyone over here is like, damn, they did a real good job of healing. Alright, so I have to go talk to Emmerich. Oh. What a terrible fate. I have to talk to Emmerich on purpose. Just kidding. My man Firm Albert. We need to talk to him. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. He wants to wine and dine me again so bad. Woohoo! But to business. I know, Emmerich, I'm so sorry you can't wine and dine Mister at the moment. I thank you for bringing these developments in Ala Mhigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart, the House of Commons, prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Of course, bro. I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Andalou that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Mister, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fiore speed you on your way. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. For once, I don't. I'll be right there. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council? As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emmerich nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. And surprise, surprise, the envoy is Emmerich. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Camp Dragonhead, of course I won't say no. I mean, I guess I could just teleport right there. But on the other hand, it's like right here. I am glad that Sir Emmerich's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, mister? You may see a familiar face. A familiar face? The garrison commander? Oh, surprise, surprise! We meet again! This is our second time seeing Amanelin today. Mister, old boy, how wonderful to see you! And Sir Emmerich, too! To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse... Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honora. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. If I was Honora, I'd be like, oh my god, Sir Emmerich knows my name! Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be able to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. Oh, Francel, who we were just reading about. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Commander Amanelin. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? You and me both, old boy. I don't doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. There he is. We were just reading about him, too. Yet, we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans and Onowa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Okay. You do your best, Amanelin. The four Thomses will be all right. Serpent Honor Guard. I bid welcome to our visitors from Ishgard. You look like... Hold on. You look a lot like Sanson, but you're not quite him. Okay. It seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe that Baelzar's wall and wretched Alamigo lie but a few short malms away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? True. Real talk. Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? The envoy from Ishgard has arrived? Very good. This way if you oh, and the Leminson party as well. Oh, there they are! Yukiri! I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see that I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. She's taller than him, that's so good. And Mister, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. I sure am, Yugiri. Master Mister, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing scions have now been found. Yes, they have. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? The draft is finished. All that's left is editing. Congratulations! Good job, Rowan! You did it!
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania.
That's a good length.
It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Yeah, that's a real good length. That's awesome. Great job, Rowan. Wait, let me read what Kane was saying. Ah, yes.
Indeed, Elder Seedseer.
See, there's Bonjour.
Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
Bonjour is right there, Rowan. See? You didn't have to miss him for long. And... Girl... Keeper of the Entwined Serpents. I think you get to name her.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Carteneau, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
All right.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
All right.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
Howdy and bonjour in the same shot.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
I'm liking the outfit, Raubon. I mean, I know you were already wearing it, but still. I like it.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alisaie, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Mr. for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. He's like, please, we need to get the wine sometime. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Oh, there she is. Oh, you found her? Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. Ah. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. Aww. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray, convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Oh, she's gonna give you such a noogie for that? Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. Oh, get him! In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall I need to drink more water. I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalymo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelzar's Wall. I'll join you at the Rising Stones anon. Yugiri. Even now, I am astonished by how closely Mistress Alisaie resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other. Until they open their mouths, of course. Oh, Yugiri. Welcome back, mister. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Get his ass! Amazing. Heavenly eggnog. Ooh, I want me some Wildwood scrambled eggs. Griffin on the wall. Who's the Griffin of them all? Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Oh, Rowan, you there? I have an idea. So Baelsar's Wall does have duty support now, but if I was able to get a light party of Slippies, I could make the one exception. If there's not a full light party of Slippies, I'll just go in duty support. So I wanted to know if you would like to recruit 2 other people while I unlock the dungeon. And if you can't find 2 other people, no sweat. If that sounds good. If not, if you don't want to bother, don't worry, and I'll just at in the chat. You have a perhaps for Purin already. Let me see who else is on. Okay. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how is Nago doing? She will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. Oh, if only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's Wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Ala Mhigo. Yeah, I mean, those refugees had to come through somehow, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience with the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. Here we go, Metal Gear Yu-Gi-Oh! As are mine. Yeah, don't forget about Metal Gear Thancred. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levayours? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, mister? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Poor Alisaie. Safe travels, all of you. I suspect Tataru would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances. But I concede she has her hands full nursing that resistance fighter back to health. No matter. My turn in the field will come. It will come soon, Alisaie. Papalymo. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little. Post-raid Baelzar's. Yay, we got CC! You keep forgetting Thancred looks like that here. He's got his tan and his emo eye patch. Yay, I told if we can get a full light party of Slippies and or Slippy adjacents, we can enjoy Baelzar's Wall, and that's the only one I'll do off of duty support. Just because, for Slippy's sake. I may have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. Ida? All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffins' fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Oh, Ida, pat your head. Oh, God. Yugiri, my fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I know, Rowan. I am no ninja, but I am a rogue. But I did spend some moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning to move. Ooh, this is the kind of shit I want to know. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalymo will be well protected. Okay. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. I'm down. Let's go. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelzar's Wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Lion's commanders who have installed themselves at the top. Here we go to Hawthorn Hut. Da, 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 da. You put on your old Slippy raid for immersion's sake? Glam? Old Slippy fit? Oh, I love it! I love it! Ah, mister. There you are. Come, Amarasai's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Okay, I can talk. Whee! Amarasai's spire. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Pippin! Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Hilda! I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. Rashat Riki, my girl. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All Vorsi! Vorsaiwa. All has been quiet. Oop. I like how they're just like Pippin's cooler than Commander Swift. Something's happening out there. Report! What? Seven hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. Must be the Griffin. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible! We gave no such order. Of course! The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. Ah, shit. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Uh-oh. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Ala Mhigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Uh-oh, this is going south fast. Mister, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Pippin overlooking the flames in more than one way. Damn. So those are all Resistance fighters dressed up as Grand Company fighters. They do look convincing. There's the Griffin. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Ala Mhigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Ala Mhigo will be free, no matter the cost. Here we go to Baelzar's Wall. There it is in the distance. Serpent Scout. Sir, as per Marshal Tarupin's orders, we will provide the feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light guide your way forward. Alpha no? From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason. By any means necessary. I will take a band of my most trusted companions. My slippies! Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. Perrin and Cece are other two. Wonderful! Thank you guys so much. I only pray that we have enough time. Baelzar's Wall, now accessible. I don't know, I'm DPS. So you three figure it out amongst yourselves, I guess. I guess tank? Question mark? Perrin could tank, I'm sure. All right. How about this? I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll take a teensy break. Feel free to come here to Adamantoise and add me to your party and add everybody else and then promote me if that sounds okay, because I just got to go real fast. Does that sound okay? Yay. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Oops. There we go. All right. Oh, wait. What are you guys saying? What are you guys saying? I like how that got censored. Hello, Erie. You're just watching show to YouTube right now? Okay, okay. All right. All right. I'm ready. It did. It did. It did. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Promotion. All right. Thank you. Oop. All right, we're all ready. All right. Marking the border between the Black Shroud and Girabanya, the legacy of Gaius Van Baelzar. Everybody, I said Gaius Van Baelzar. Use your goom drops for your redeems now. Is a towering monument to imperial tyranny. 1-800, are you Slippy? Hello,
A test of your reflexes!
Wrong one! That's not Gaius Van Balezar. Thank you!
This was not my intention.
Okay, and now smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag... Excellent. That works too. All right. In a bid to drag the armies of Eorzea into the struggle for Ala Mhigan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Balezar's wall. While Alphinaud seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy, you must ascend the war-torn fortification by the swiftest route possible and persuade the Griffin, by force if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. Da 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 da. Everybody, link your welcomes. Bork, 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 bork. Doggy. All right, are we doing spicy pull? Welcome. Ah, the hearts. Thank you, guys. Oh, that is a classic Aussie fit. Eerie, your guys' oh no, my portrait got fucked up. Oh, I'm so mad. Not my portrait. I have a great portrait too, and you guys aren't seeing it. Meow Meow's got a... Who is squeaking? I don't know. They've reached the Castrum gates. Doggy! I can't believe we're putting down dogs. Damn. They've reached the Castrum gates. Meow Meow's opening all those doors. Ah, live practice targets. Magitech Predator. Not so fast. Uh-oh. Oop. Ah, I'm targeted. Oh, I'm so almost dead. Okay, okay. Bloodbath. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting about Battle Litany. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll remember next time. It's been a sec, okay? Ow! Oh, I fucked that up. Impossible! This was the latest design! The cool treasure chest. Ba 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 ba. You got it. Let's get this thing. We're moving. We're schmoving. That holy stun. Look at this wonderful group. Ah, Aussie hitting the heart. You never ate dinner? Rowan, eat dinner after this, okay? At least a snack. Don't go to sleep completely hungry. There's not much to stay up for anyway, because I'm like gonna stop after Baelzar's wall, so like feel free to. You wish you knew where these bosses hit like trucks made out of knives. Yeah, I like it. It's a little spicy. I wonder what's for dinner, Jeremy. Great. Alright, let us out. Conveyor belt. Whee! Ooh, can we have a... Never mind. Activating surplus ceruleum expulsion. Engaging enemy. Are we supposed to... Oh! I thought we were... I thought... Alright, never mind. Oops. supposed to not move. That was it. I thought it was like, it looked like a directional shield for a second. Woo! He sure likes putting those AoEs on me. Got him. Oh, can we have a little lore break? Lore break. Real quick. Wait, shit. I meant to say that in a party. I meant to say that in party chat. Fuck. All right. So that spidery guy we just fought was thank you, Eri. All right. The spidery guy we just fought was the armored weapon. Constructed within the Wall's manufacturing facilities, the armored weapon was designed around Vanguard technology. So like those guys with like the drill arms, allowing the machine to be either piloted or autonomous in combat. As its autonomous functions were limited to simple orders such as destroy all targets, however, the unpiloted weapon was ill-suited to operations requiring any degree of subtlety. Gotcha. All right, lore break over. I'm ready. You haven't tinked in a while? Ah, gotcha. We just flew a whole ship in here. We're going up. Pull back, we must withdraw. We've enemies on both sides. The Griffin has spoken. Kill them all. Oh, lance-yielding royalists. Now we're fighting resistance people as well as Garleans. You'll spoil our moment of glory. Death to the Empire. Oh shit, here it comes! Here it comes, the big scene! The Griffin is here. It was Ilberd all along! It was motherfucking Ilberd. He's like, guess what? I'm the Griffin, bitch. All right. Oh, you guys are doing the lop hop and Meow Meow died. I'll give you a glorious end, warrior of light. Come, see what awaits you at the far edge of fate. Wait, that's the name of the patch.
How'd you like this?
How'd you like this? So, in case you guys, any of you who is not in my FC, Sloppy! There we go!
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Sloppy!
For Alamigo!
For Alamigo! I have you now. Uh-oh.
Yeah. How'd you like this?
Not looking, not looking. Oh no! I was looking away! Uh-oh. Ah! Yeah, so basically, let's see, squirm out of this. Oh no, not the restraint collar on Meow Meow Big Heels. Sloppy. All right. We got Ilberd. We got you, bitch. Yeah! Thank you, Slippies, very much. So yeah, for context, for anybody who goes and, oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Where's the cheer? Hey, thank you guys so much. We got Ilberd on the ropes right here. Thank you guys so much for your help. So yeah, for context, for anybody who's watching this later, on my main account, we're all dunking on Ilberd. Offers a moment of silence for Ilberd. Wait. I know. Here we go. Okay, you gotta end. Good night. Good night, Rowan. Thank you guys so much. Yes, thank you so much for helping. Oh, I saw that. Bye, you guys. All right, so for context, if you don't know, on my main account, my FC, my free company, is called Slippy. And it turns out their name has historical significance in that the thing Ilberd says in here, Sloppy, is like the inspiration for the name of our FCs. So we're Slippy, but we're not sloppy. So this was the one time I decided to go with a party instead of duty support. out of Slippy and Slippy allies. So, that was fun. And somebody, please, for the love of God, link welcome in the chat. Please. Sloppy! For Alamigo! So, the Griffin, this motherfucker, this firebrand leader who seized the reins of the Alamigan resistance, was later revealed to be Ilberd Fear, former captain of the Crystal Braves. Through his dealings, ooh, I should not read the rest of that because that's about to happen. So, as for the lore of Baelzar's Wall itself, Baelzar's Wall is an imposing structure which divides the Black Shroud and Garabania. Built on the orders of the Legatus Gaius Van Baelzar, as a means to contain lands corrupted by primal influence, the wall's center is dominated by the defensive stronghold of Castrum Oriens. The facilities within have been augmented numerous times, with engineers outfitting Magitech workshops with production line capabilities, thus the conveyor belt, and accelerating manufacture of the Slasher model War Machina. Disguised in Grand Company uniforms, it was against this fortification that the Griffin and his masks would launch an assault. And as well as presenting an imposing physical barrier, Baelzar's Wall was built as a Magitech factory and production line. Industrial cranes and other mechanical conveyances were also installed to facilitate the transport of large number of War Machina, as well as us. Hey, B. We just did Baelzar's Wall. Thank you guys so much for your help. Yes, I am okay. Shit is about to go down, B. You have great timing. You want see some shit go down?
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
A glimpse of things to come? Huh? Oh, great. It's chaos down there. So these are the resistance soldiers.
We showed the bastards!
Dressed up as Grand Company soldiers.
Aye!
To come.
Victory is ours!
Y'all still have not linked welcome in the chat. I'm disappointed. And yet you're making these... Is he the general that fucked everything? No. But this place is named after that guy. This whole facility we're in is named after that guy, though.
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Laurentius, you motherfucker! Die!
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
You're not even from Alamigo, you asshole! You can tell they're fake Grand Company soldiers because there's not a Lalafell in sight. You know what? Incredible, you're right.
They die that others may live.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Liu Yuhase, you motherfucker. Not his smug face. Oh wait, there's one.
Vanguards! Attack!
So he just called the Magitech warriors.
Do you hear that?
To attack. Oh, this is so fucked up. Hello? Oh.
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Because the person who's been directing you called them here. There's ample reason to be mean.
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
You've been betrayed! Oh no.
There's no one to run. We're cut off.
All those armored weapons. Oh, yikes. Oh, they're all getting murdered. Ilberd, what the fuck is wrong with you? Ugh. They're all dying.
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Gods help us. This is what the motherfucker's after.
Mighty Rhalgr, grant us the strength to crush our...
Rhalgr, the patron god of Ala Mhigo. What happens when you start calling to a god?
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
You're in tears? I'm still mad at Laurentius, I don't care. He does have a fucked life,
wonderful
though.
to see you, Commander.
Oh, Ilberd! This little boy has so much PTSD because of what you did to him.
Ilberd, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
He did it on fucking purpose, Alphino.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Ilberd, you're so close to giving this child an anxiety disorder. Not the fucking frozen eyes of Nidhogg.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see.
Literally.
But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
As in, he literally went into the abyss to find these things and fish them out.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call.
That sounds like Laurentius, yeah, for Paris. Not Ilberd. Ilberd's not that type. Oof.
Take back our homeland! Free Ala Mhigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes, then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
So he turned all those Magitech back on the Resistance fighters, and we're killing them on purpose to make them pray to Ralger out of desperation. And he was gonna use Nidhogg's eyes as the source of ether for the summoning. That's his plan. It's really fucked up, my guy.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Also, B, you're right.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the Calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hell you will!
Ada, get his ass.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
F's in the chat for Ilberd? Oh yeah, he's dramatic. All those dead bodies, damn. Oh, it's awful. And Ilberd's dead on the pile of corpses. And the summoning is taking place. Answers softly. Yeah, it is extra vile. Answers softly playing in the background. We're watching a primal summoning in real time.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, he was called the Griffin. The Griffith isn't that. What sort of demon will be born from his warped heart and the last remains of Nidhogg's hate?
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
So
There is one thing.
Ilberd wanted to free his homeland, and so he was using these extreme, like, horrible ways to get about it because he got so frustrated. And so his last-ditch effort was to summon this deity to free his homeland from occupation. But the thing is that these gods, like the god he's trying to summon, are terrible for the environment. Yes, that too. He's dead. He was just hoping that what he ends up doing will free his homeland, but
what?
His plan is not eco-friendly.
Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
True. Oh, Papalymo, don't be like Louisoix.
But that's impossible. We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Louisoix's finest pupil. He's got Tup Samati.
Tup Samati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
That's true about 7, yeah.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works.
Hilda.
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
We're gonna... Papalymo, if you weren't doing this, I'd be killing you. Oh my god.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
CC.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Papalymo! I'm such a god killer. Unfortunately, yeah. Fuck you, Papalymo, I'm staying.
Hilda! I think he means now!
Papalymo blasted me! No! That's Papalymo right there.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida.
Farewell again! Ah!
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Papalymo, I'm gonna lose it. Yep, that is indeed what Louisoix did during... Oof. That's indeed what happened during the calamity. No! I care about him, that's all. Thancred. Papalymo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Hilda. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell a tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Good question. Sheer spite. Yes, the little guy was Papalymo. Pippin, it has been explained to me what that light represents, and I've ordered our forces to stand by. It seems we can do little else but wait. Yukiri. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. Yeah, Pippin's good. How many more must we lose? Good fucking question, Alphino. Maybe now that we're leaving Stormblood, everybody will calm down with the killing people off thing. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. Thancred, you weren't even at Carteneau. What are you talking about? You mean the last time you saw him? Ugh. I am hydrating, thank you. Don't you think I don't know that? I know, all right. I know. There is nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Mister was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Thancred, you're trying to shoulder way too much blame to be healthy, my guy. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. I'm the protagonist. Me, Mr. Final Fantasy. Thancred's lovable rogue turned anti-hero turned daddy. He goes through quite a journey. All right. It's over, Papalymo. It's all over. Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. Maybe. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds turns and... Oh yeah, that's the same. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We must gather our companions. Thancred actually knows that he's hot and tries to use it. That's the difference between Thancred and the other two. Well, Cloud is pretending to be someone he's not. There's a distinct difference. But yeah, the flirting thing. Well, no, because remember Final Fantasy IX's Zidane is the one guy who's a main character who flirts. So I guess that does not preclude Thancred from main character potential, since Zidane does flirt. Yes, exactly. Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something, for heaven's sake. Oh, Tataru! Rianche! 'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. I don't know. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean? To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Mr. Okay, I do have flirty portraits, which is a recent feature where you can like form a little image of your character, present to other people. True, true. There is some Riz in my portraits I'll show you after this cutscene. Right. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal can endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Trial, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Yeah, look at all these cat ears. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall try to do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. Yeah, Y'shtola and Ida were pretty close back in Sharlayan. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. White, we must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Another one. Forever lost. No! School's out forever. How could they? My own grief is as a crushing weight upon my heart, and when I think of what Ida must be feeling, Papalymo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. Alright, well... I think this is probably a decent place to stop. And, next Sunday will be our official start to Heavensward. I will start MSQ from here, and to all the crazy shit that's about to happen. And then we will be embarking officially upon the second expansion. And Mister's job will change even, so look forward to it. But before we go, oh yeah, B, shit's gonna get crazy next week if you wanna see any of that next Sunday. But before that, there's something important we have to do. All right, let me... Nobody linked it in the chat despite me asking multiple times, so let me find it.
Welcome.
Not the right one. Somebody please help me. I need to play it. The meme is too good. All right, I'm looking for it. I asked so many times, nobody could help me find it. All right, let me look on Twitter. I can't find it! Help! I'm gonna look on Discord. Okay, yeah, I can post it on Discord later, but it's so good. I didn't think it would be this hard to find. It's so iconic. My God. I did not think it would be this hard to find this. Ow, Stella, don't do that. Yes, Cece, I've been looking for welcome for like 20 minutes. Do you have it? Help! Oh my fucking God, thank you. Thank you, CC. The way that it's, I can't even... Okay, I need to figure out how I'm gonna play this on, Thank you, CC. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna play this on Twitch. Let's see. Fuck, I actually don't know how I can. If only it was on a web page. Fuck. Oh wait, no, it'll work. It'll work. There we go. All right, you guys ready for this? It's finally happening. So this is part of the reason we had to do this for Baelzar's Wall. All right, I got it. We're good. Okay, are you ready for this? No, don't worry.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Wait, the other version. Okay, here you go.
The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popolimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood. Hello there.
Welcome.
That's the music that was in the dungeon just now. Oh, thank you. And thank you, CC, for your big thank you. I need to know how you just had that on hand, too. Amazing. All right. We managed to make it happen. All right, B, thank you very much. Oh, good night. And CC, thank you so much for your help with both finding Welcome and with the sloppy. And who should I raid? Ooh. Let's raid Dan. Dan's playing Tevi. Of course. See you around, B. All right, we're gonna raid Donil. Raid is going out. Thank you guys so much. Sorry for the delay at the end there. And then next Sunday, we will be officially starting Stormblood. Look forward to it. And I'll be back tomorrow also with some more needle felting, so look forward to that too. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.